I don't know if this video's live yet. Okay. Okay. This is Wait For It with Liberty Trading Club, and this is Wait For It. It's the weekend. I'm officially bored, as you can tell, and I'm going to be working on organizing my dreams on the charts here, and aligning them with LTC's methodology. So I had a thought that, since we use zones, that what if we took all the price action for the day and organized it in a way so that we can see what it's acting like in a zone, right? And then we would have a better understanding of how to treat the day. And I know that we have our own methodology for, identifying what trend is and stuff like that. But, it'd be better to me to understand what the big picture is and how to aligns with everything that I see. And so I like to want to map out the days going backwards and then list them as what they are in my head, and then I'm going to put a channel on here across like the most, I guess, commonly touched point, as if it was a zone, but a much bigger zone, right? And then see how price action bounces off of it and reacts to it, and how that could better serve us in the future. So if you jump on, you see this, please say hi, ask questions. It could be about anything, personal life, charts, whatever, it doesn't matter. Problems you're having in trading, problems you're having in life, whatever. This is the weekend, man. Let's just have fun. Let's see. I'm under no obligations to do anything specific. So right now, I'm just taking all the news and hour candles and marking them for the day, and then labeling them, and then I'm keeping a catalog of the days, so that way I can have a better understanding of how each day is setting up and what I should expect for the next day. And so in this situation here, it ran up and then it ran back down, which is kind of like a pain candle move, but also kind of like distribution. Not much though, because I'm only dropped like 20 points. But maybe like small scale distribution. Maybe it failed to do a profit run previous day. So until I see the days before it, I'm just going to mark it as probably setting up for, I don't know. Let me look at this real quick. Let me just pull back here. Oops. It helps if I get that off there. Yeah, so this is a deeper accumulation here. And I think it failed to break a high 62 there, or at least sustain it. So this is probably reaccumulation here, or building solid support to break out this area, because this is a deeper pullback right here. This goes down to 32. This one also goes down to 32. Oh, even deeper there. Okay, so yeah, this is probably distribution. Maybe, okay, so this was like a profit run over here. This was taking profits because it keeps running back to this area, taking profits. And then that would be the spring to break out of this area. And then this would be the breakout here, right? So yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we identified this as, maybe this was, no, that's reaccumulation there. Building support to break out. That was reaccumulation. So this was distribution. And the other one was taking profits, probably. So then we'll say this was, I believe it's, yeah, 0512. F51224. So distribution. More or less. There. Okay, so we'll just take a picture of this. And this is not going to be super exciting, like second by second. So please, by all means, if you tune in, just say hey or start a conversation or something. I probably should just start copying that and then just pasting it here too, so I don't have to type it over and over. Okay. So we got to find the 4 o'clock here because I don't have it marked, and we'll just put a marked fly right here. And we look for the, there it is, the beginning of the day. It's right there, and the end of the day is right there. Let me squeeze this just a touch. All right. So then this one will be here. And so we know that the other one is distribution. This basically is doing the same pattern, but this one is a little bit deeper, and it comes from, I think, maybe slightly higher. Maybe not, but surprisingly there. See how it kind of goes flat right there? And so this is like taking profits in this area. 62 to 32, right? The low, but mostly from like 37 to 43, 44, that range, with a good half of it right here, much higher, like what, above 44 to 62. So like half the day in this area taking profits, the other half probably starting to reaccumulate. Really, it probably doesn't take long for them to take profits, or like not take profits, I'm sorry, yeah, to empty out all their shares, which is the same thing. So 5, 11, 24, taking profits, starting to reaccumulate, or to copy that, hit enter, go to properties, go ahead and change that to large. If you guys aren't annotating your charts on a regular to keep track of like what kind of days you're having, you're not, I don't know, maybe you can, but you know, it does, I mean, I don't know. How do you keep track of what you've learned and what you've seen? Because every day's a different day. So there's so many different phases that like it's impossible for you to just keep track of like all of them at once. Hey, thanks for joining. Please say hi. I'd really appreciate it. I don't know if you're one of my peoples, then you know that I don't like talking to myself. All right, so I'm gonna take a picture of this. I'm gonna save that. Go ahead and name it I thought, oh, it doesn't save it like that. I copied it. 24. Taking profits. Starting to. I totally just. Please. If you want a link to join on the mic, I'd give it to you. I'm also streaming on Discord, so that might be slowing me down if the quality sucks. Just let me know. I mean, if nothing else, just let me know if the quality is really bad, so that way I can cut some fat here, you know? Okay, moving on. So right now I'm just setting up the charts to kind of go into the next step, which is taking a look at the big picture here, right? So I just got to put in the groundwork here so I can take a better look at it using other methods. I'm going to get rid of these alerts because it's eating up some of my screen. I don't like it. All right, so now I need to find the 4 o'clock market, which is there. I need to find, oops, I think I just went too far. Get rid of that. Where's my 4 o'clock? There it is. And I need to find the beginning of the day, which is there. So some of these start earlier than others because there's news involved, and some of them have more time stamps, I guess you can say. And oops, that's not what I wanted. I want this one. So right now I'm just laying a line down to mark the hours or the news, whichever one it is. And this will give me an overall idea of like where it's at in its phase. And that was at 39, so leading up to 42, 60, 64, which should be a profit run. Like I can just continue to push this like this so you can see it going up. And so this was a profit run right here. And so we had a profit run on Wednesday of this week. Wow. Thanks for the help. I don't know why people are so afraid to talk on here. Like, what do you stand to lose? So anyways, this was the 10th. And what I was saying was that on Wednesday, 17, 15, 5:15. So 5 days from this day, we had a profit run, and it was a much better profit run because it ran a lot higher. But it was only 5 days difference. So 5, 10, 24. So I'm going to put a note here because we're going backwards, so I can do that. So say profit run ends here. Also had another profit run. On so load play. So maybe just enter somewhere in here. There. So we'll do this. I'll just do it right there. It's fine. 05, 10, 24. So kind of like right off the bat, like what does that really tell you, right? Like if you think about it, like you only had in 5 days, we had another profit run. So we had a banger day on the 10th, and then we had another banger day on the 15th, which means we only got like 1 day a week basically, where we had like a profit running day. And so we'll go back and see how this day has shaped up, before this. So we're right here, really the marker for the day. Let's go from the beginning of the day, which is right about here. Okay. So less price action this day, you can tell because I'm not having to stretch it out, whereas the other days I had to stretch it out. Or not stretch it out. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Maybe I have it really tight and it means more price action. Hello, welcome back, or hi again, or hello for the first time. Just marking the days here. I'm just setting the groundwork for the next step here, which is going to throw this in a channel and see how price action reacts to it in a channel. But also identifying like what phase they're in, so that I can use that in the future for understanding what the next day is going to bring, based on this catalog I'm making of like the days and the news and hour trades there, to kind of get a gauge on like what's really going on with price action. And so this looks like the spring, and so this would be, and I say it's 09. I'm not even looking at if it's a weekend or not, so I could be labeling these wrong days too. Let me go back here for a second. That was the 9th. Oops. Let me do this. The 9th. There. Apply. Okay. I'll take a repicture of this. Yes. And I do need music here. Play. That should be good. All right. All right, save locally. Where's that 10? That one. There. All right, so then this day would be, I just need to go back and look before I go. 08. 05, 08, 24. Let's see, so this would be the spring. Let me do something here and type this. Boop, boop, boop. Let me make this thing on here, template, save, regular, save. Okay, get rid of this. Make this default. I don't have to do that step over and over again because that's annoying. All right, so now I got to mark this the end of the day, which is here. So this means that there's more price action because look at it's already scrunched up. I hadn't changed it and now I have to scrunch it up more. So lots of trading, lots of shares picked up and dropped in this area. And so this might be your, it's the first time I've noticed that since I've been marking the days. And so this might be the area where you put your channel, right? And so like preemptively, if I just did a channel here, let's see this. And then I just got to find the area that is predominantly the high-low, right? And let's unlock that. Let's adjust this to be right about if I touch those secondary ones first and then let those manipulate the highs on the seconds, then this would be a better channel right there. All right, so this would be, okay, so this is reaccumulation then. It goes into another profit run. Because that was a bigger profit run right there. So let's do, I'll just go ahead and mark it because I know that's what it is. This is 05, 07, 24, end of profit run into reaccumulation. And then let's go ahead and mark our path here, our line. If you're on Discord, I can't see you messaging, so you would have to shoot me a message or type in on YouTube or something. All right. So going up, right? And then, that kind of like a reaccumulation there. And this is just a deeper reaccumulation here that spans over a whole day and then ends up springing to get out, right? To cross over this resistance area. And so I might stretch this out just to get a better look at it. Oops. And then we'll pull this down here. There. A lot of these I haven't even stretched out yet. I didn't even think about that, but I think it'd be interesting to see this with more movement to it so you can get a good idea of what that looks like. All right. So this is okay. So let's go ahead and mark the 4 o'clock. Again, this is super boring. Sorry. That's why I said start a conversation. So you'll have something to entertain you. I promise you it'll be a lot more entertaining if you asked questions. But I'm just laying down the groundwork for what's, all the other stuff right now. So it's going to be super boring. All right. So this was a profit run here. I'm sure this was a decent day. Some minor pullbacks here. during lunch, looks like. Yeah. And then another run up and then reaccumulation here to take off probably for a buyer's climax, which is what this was here. And I don't know where that goes from there. I can connect it, but I'd rather not. Just wait. Let's get rid of all this mess here. And there's really no point in having these. I do like this here. Shows that it's your buyer's climax right there. The angle changes so heavily right there. Last point of structure. Here's your buyer's climax. It probably reaches out. Let's look forward. Yeah, right there. It tries to reach up to it, but fails, and then ends up going into another deeper set reaccumulation or distribution. But I'll call it reaccumulation because it was only 20 points or less, and that's not really distribution. All right. So this is what day? 5th. Did I get these days messed up again? What day is this one? The 7th, that was right. Okay. Sixth. This is the 6th because it always counts on Sunday. So, 24. This is a good profit run too. This one went from like 58 to 08. So 50 points. A hell of a day. Get rid of these. Get a picture of this. So that was it's interesting because this was 5 days prior to the last profit run, or 4 days, but either way, close to about 5 days difference. Well, a lot of price action on this day. Look at this day. This is the 3rd. Good, what a push up here. Wow. Talk about a massive run up. This was from 111 to 61. So another 50-point runner. All right. So let's mark this day. Let's go here. Whoa. Where does this go? Right here. Ends up passing that. over there. I'm going to leave that in this shot so you can see it. Reaccumulation for real right there. 05, 03, 24. Buyer's climax to re. Oh, there's a lot of price action too. Boy, that is like. Let me see this. From here, let's do it to the amount that it takes to get over this area, which is here. 291 points. In a day. 291 points. No, it's just 3 days. How? Oh, because it's stretching over the weekend. So 291 points, 1,582 bars. Woo! That is serious. I'm taking a picture of that. That's one hell of a day right there. I'm going to just name this something different. $291 ticks. Not points. 91 ticks over 24 hours. Buyer's climax into accumulation. 1,581 bars. 82 bars. Just want to do some math here real quick. Divided by 4. 82 divided by 17. It's almost perfectly into 93. Like almost to the T. So what is it? What's 93 times 17, which is 1581. So 80. I knew that 81 was the number. That's why I kept trying to put it in there. So I might have scrunched this up too high or tight and grabbed an extra candle there. So 1581. That's that high end number where they all kind of meet in the middle. Or all your oops. Get off this. I thought this was the chart. That's insane. Sorry, rabbit hole. All right. So I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to go ahead and mark my 4 here. It's the beginning of the day there. Let's just go and do that. Well, kind of slowed down a lot there, didn't it? Just go to somewhere in here. God, get off. Let's stretch this out. Okay, this is the second. 502.24. This is the spring. Now I can start to put the curve in here, so it's can identify where it's at now. Show spring down here. So you retake this area and then come back and find support on it. So really like the true middle of this consolidation, right where this drops off right there. Puts you over this, finds support, takes off and launches. Final tap into supply right here. You got a control box, creates here. Test the control box to see to get out of it, comes back, resupplies, and then takes off and goes. And this would be your, basically that would be your fair value gap trade right there. All right, let's take a picture of this. Oh wow, a lot of price action right here from like almost 2 o'clock till close. Like a whole day's worth almost right here. That should be recognizable going forward. Like something like that happens, you know, you can expect this to happen next, which is the spring. So let's take a look at this. I don't think I can get it all on here. Wow. All right, so we're gonna have to do it in steps here. So we'll go ahead and mark from these o'clocks. My dad was like, you shouldn't tell people how you know, what you're looking for and how you're trading. I mean, I get it. I get what you're saying, but I don't have anything to worry about because nobody can see what I see. So, nor am I telling them exactly how I'm trading it. I'll show you where I'm trading, but you don't really know what I'm doing. It's not that I don't want to share. It's like, I mean, it's still experimental anyways, but you know, we have our own methodology. That's how we trade. I'm just doing extracurricular stuff for me. All right, so what is this day? This is so distribution here, right? The true distribution. And then this would be what is this day called? I know on the curve it's 3, 4, right? This is the middle, 3, 4. This is testing the middle or this is testing it for strength, right? So this is a test. This is exactly what it is. Okay, duh. On a higher time frame, this is a test. And so it gets to, I need to mark this high here, but I want to mark the meat of it, right? Like right here. Now I want to look at that compared to like the drop. So I believe anything over this is functional. Anything over this is absolutely is a success. This is your last area of structure here. It's your pullbacks right there. So just getting out of accumulation, this, you'd have to pass this and find support in order to get over it. This would be crossing the river there. This would be coming back to resupply at the last point of structure, last point of supply there. And then the spring. So this would be like the ignite for absorption right here. So really this is truly spring is also absorption, right? Or it is attempt to. Well, actually, this is absorption over here. The spring is to reignite it. Okay. So then this is finding support. So then this is one hell of a day. This is, what is this? 01. Okay. 05, 01, 24. I believe it only needs to go past this area here. 7, not that, this. Call this 1A. Hello. Thanks for joining. This is the boring part. Sorry, I'm just labeling and getting things ready for the next part. If you've already been here, sorry, I'm repeating myself. But this day is super important because this is the day that it cauterized the bleeding here and did a test to see if it could break out of this area and then hit absorption and then reignited it to take off. And so the amount of shares that were traded in this day, and I'm just going to go from this first o'clock, not even from like earlier, which is like 8, 7, 6, something like that. I'm going to do it to this high here. For starters, it's just one part of the day. That's 1,277 bars, 348 in value ticks there. That's crazy. Let me take a picture of this. So that's 01, right? I believe that's what it said. 24. I promise you, if you communicate, it'll be a lot more interesting. Ask me anything about trading, about life, my rec, whatever. I got links in the description there. They'll give you some background information if you want. 50124. What was this? Finding support. Oh, wait. Gotta rename this. This, then call that 1A. All right. Now I'm going to do the second part, which is here. I'll just go ahead and finish measuring this because that's what I'm really interested in. From there, it seems here, that was, so I ran down negative 328, saved 20 ticks there to the good. So finding support 20 ticks higher than the last move, which is insane. That's a huge drop in a much shorter period of time. And that was 521, 1 to 2.5 times the candles. So a total of 1,800 candles one day. That's insane. That's like, I mean, let's just grab one of these days over here. This is a big trading day too, though. But what is this thing doing? Look at this day. Let's see. From here to here. 184, it's 1421. That's another 400 candles above that. This is still a big day though, actually. This was the first big day as I'm going backwards. Here, this is it right here. Look at this guy. From here to here. 143 with 732 bars. Half the candles in a day. That's crazy. So what did I do? I didn't do this part here yet. I'm going to show this absorption. This will be 1B. So this is a tough day because it goes up and down pretty hard. So you would have to like completely switch your thought process there. Save. What's this? 1B. Did I get this one saved, this other one? All right, so here's, I'm just going to go back until I find like a starting point, like we cycle back around. And then I might start doing the next step, and I might go further back later on another day. But for our purposes right here, yeah, see, I can stretch this out. This is probably a tremendous amount less candles, but this is probably 1,100, 1,200 candles here. Yeah, see, 1186, 243. Still a decent amount of movement there. All down day. This is true distribution. All right. And this stuff might be boring to some people, but I don't know. I find it fascinating, honestly. Where's there. Is he gonna come back? I might have to end it and start it. Do this. Do that. Here and there. Woo! Big push down. So what is this? 30, 30th. This is Oh, this is 04. Duh. I'll call it. Let me fix this. Okay. Now do that. Make message Paul too. Before 30, 24. Okay. Profit taking. So this would be the 29th here. There to there. What do you say? For 29, 24. tell it's profit taking because your price action runs at an angle like this. Like look at it. It's not like going up and bouncing and coming down. It's going up and channeling almost every chance it can get to try to take profits. Right here. Does 2 levels of profit taking here. This is the last point of last touch or last touch to supply or right there. This channel right here at an angle really says it. I mean, it's like, because it's not straight and it's like reaching to get there, right? So, but it's knowing that its profit taking was being held at an angle going up right here. And so this coming back and then finishing that last touch right there, boom, then dumps it. I don't know how many candles in a day here. Value was only 65 ticks difference, which is massively different from where it was over here to the right, which was like, I think low was like 147. And the amount of bars is 953, which is still 200 more than the shortest day. But and there's profit taking prior to this too, so it's not done. This is like profit taking second day. So do this. This was 28, 428, 24. Oh, I didn't do my pink line here. Duh. I've already fucked. Get off. I know I got other days in here. Go, I don't see them. Come on now. 27, actually. Maybe like, yeah, 29. Why don't I have this day saved? I swear I saved this already. I love doing it twice. 04, 30, 24. Man, the thing that sucks about this phone, you gotta. Oh, right. Let's see if I can get it in there. There. Really laying it in heavy on the profit taking on this day. This is 426, 24 PS to profit taking 2 full days. Oh wow, it's another big day here. Can't fit it all on one screen. So this will be 25. This is the buyer's climax. This is last pointer structure, actually. Wow. I didn't know it was that big. PS. Last point of structure to go to buyer's climax. I'll do this as 1A, and this is tail end 1B. There's a lot of friggin' contracts in this area as well, though. $46, $16.14. Woo! I pretty much can get most of it on there. So let's do this. Like, where is it saving these at? Because, like, it's not here. For 25, 24. I'm guessing that's what it is. 6. Of course, I can't move it. What is this? 25. It's a 50, 60 point spread. 50 point spread. Am I measuring points or am I measuring? What's interesting is this buyer's climax here happens overnight. I'll figure that out later, I guess. So we had a profit run that couldn't get past the highs. So on this day, which was the 24th, just stagnated here. Okay. Back to profit run. Boulder Dash. Like a snowflake. Morning. I need to fix something here. Get 10 of these. That would be a complete run on an institutional level, I think. That one went down overnight, which is interesting. It starts distribution the next day. You so much better forever. Hi. Thanks for joining. If you're the same person who keeps hopping in, sorry, not doing anything different. Well, I am actually. I'm fixing these so I can see them on all different charts. I am setting up for the next part here. I think I did this one. But I'm also noticing something here that's unusual. That's weird. Oh, hey, sorry, I didn't see that. A lot happening on my charts. I mean, I've got price actions crunched up really tight, so not really a lot going on there. I don't know. Explain. If you want to jump on the mic, you're more than welcome. I mean, are you saying like, I don't know. I guess, can you explain where, I mean, are you saying like, where do I take my trades in this mess? Because it's a whole day, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of opportunity in there. I take trades out of zones, if that makes sense. And so I don't have any of my zones up here, but it's kind of like prior swing points, basically. Really, me personally, I'm more of a manipulation trader. So I look for manipulation on one side or the other. And then if it fails to make manipulation back on the other side, then I'm looking at trade in the opposite direction. So in short, it's if this is the area of interest, if price manipulates high, then manipulates the low, right? So here's our low, and here's our high. Okay, and then goes back up and doesn't manipulate the high, and then manipulates the low again. I'm looking at a trade here, something like that, in a much. Got you. I wish I was in a crowded coffee shop. That's awesome. Where at? Are you traveling? That's super interesting. That's like my dream, is to be able to travel and get in some crowded coffee shop. Sorry, some crowded coffee shop, and be trading. While I'm eating a different culture's food. Do you use stoke hooks? Yeah. Um, so the club's methodology. So I have acquired savant syndrome, so I see things differently than a lot of people. So what I'm doing now is kind of like appease myself. But as far as our club, how we trade, um, we look at stochastics. Are you visiting, or do you live there? I love Vancouver, Canada, and I know that's not Toronto, but that's the only place I've been in. I do want to go to Toronto and check it out, though. So like when it's overbought or oversold, it is something that I look for as far as confluence is. I'm looking for it to be overbought or oversold, but that doesn't always work because, a lot of times when you have like moves like absorption, when absorption hits, they go to reignite it to send it off again, this is like breaking it, clearing the stops this way, bringing it back up to try to run it up again, trying to build support on top of this area. Then this is the test. Let me get my pen going here. And this is a day chart. So I mean, like, this is a lot of price action right here, but I'm just using the day chart right now because it's what's up here. But let me get my pen going here and I'll show you. So I'm kind of big on market structure, like a price action structure. And so now, even though this is on a day, like a whole day's worth of price action, like it does the exact same thing on a much smaller time frame. Like if I use a 699, so it's doing the exact same thing on a 699, just at different prices, right? But so you have this manipulation to the low that comes back to the exact same area it was in. It's building support on top of this area, and then it's clearing the stops here with this pain candle. So this is what I look for, is I look for a kind of like a pain candle that goes above the high and above the low, and then it's going to bounce in the middle here. And so you can see like it doesn't really, it does kind of manipulate the low a little bit there, which sets it up for it to manipulate the high back over here. But it's because of this pain candle that I'm anticipating this over here to happen. And so once it does that, I'm looking for it to go long there. And so then, if you look at the different areas where you could trade this, your stochastics isn't going to be quite right. Let's see. Like from here, did I do it? There, should be there. So at one point it was prior to, but it ends up coming out and setting up like somewhere in the middle here, and then going out and going long, which isn't terribly bad, but I mean, it's not the perfect Stokes setup. Okay, dang, super jealous. Nice. How's the coffee? Does that answer your question though? Like, again, I'm more of like a market structure kind of trader. So I'm looking for price action to be manipulated on both sides. And then I'm looking for a bounce from there, because you're basically clearing stops high and low here. And then you're pushing price action. You're taking the bulls and shoving them in the middle, and you're taking the bears and shoving them in the middle, and let them fight it out right here. And then usually the first place it goes is not where it ends up going. It's basically to manipulate one side. So it couldn't go either way right here. And so it breaks out one way in order to end up going the other way. And so like that's just like in my head, like that's typical channel rule, like price action when it hits a channel, like its rules. A channel or price action likes to frame the top and bottom before it does anything. And so you'll see it hit this area twice here, and then it comes down and hits this area twice there. Then it manipulates the high. Once it's done that, it tries to break the high. It knows it can't sustain up here, so then it brings it back down and manipulates the low. And so basically you're just a bear bull trap, right? Shoves them all back into the middle, and that's what this like just channeling, like this choppy back and forth price action, where it's not like straight up and down price action. It's literally like choppy right here, going up and down, going up, and that's basically just grabbing and pulling both sides to get them in up into this middle area so they can fight it out. And then once it gets in this area, it struggles to break either side because you got both sides fighting it out right there. And then what it'll do is it'll wiggle one way to go the other, and so it wiggled high here in order to wiggle low. And so then it comes down back to this area. This is basically your spring, right? And so we come back down to, which I call as reignite, is also absorption, right? And so we shoved it into this area after we cleared the high, and then we cleared the low. We basically hit for absorption right here. This was the test to see if it'll go, right? And so it passed, and so then I shove it back down to reignite it and resupply. So the last point of supply right here, and then reload up on all the cheap shares that they just used to see if whether or not this was going to work. Dropped off some profit taking here, picked up some more bulls that are bears that are blocking this area right here because we're not able to get past this high. Bring them back down to this area here, drop them off, pick up more bulls from this area because it's super saturated with bulls, and then hope that they hold on to profits longer, along with the first batch that we picked up from over here, and then break out of this area, find support on top of it, and then break out again. It's just an overlay. I wish it was my pad. I used to have an apartment like this. I had a really bad accident though, so I had to reevaluate my life and how I lived. And I used to be in car sales, and I was a monster. I crushed it, but I had to give all that up in order to be able to figure out how to trade and support myself. And so now I'm at that area now where I'm trying to support myself and get back to having those things, you know. But also I've got my parents are getting older and stuff, and so I'm kind of sticking around to hang out with them to make sure that they're good. I wasn't really the best son ever growing up, so trying to spend quality time with them too at the same time. So we live in a really poor area right now, but one day I'll move out and get my own place and do my own thing, but I'll be able to support myself doing it, you know. And so I've spent I used to work a regular job. And I realized that I was spending too much time in my regular job and spending a lot of time after work trying to get caught up in the markets, and it just wasn't doing me any good. So that's why I joined this club. And so I work with this club now, and I do trade calls all day for them and work on my trading. So that way I can fulfill those dreams, you know. And I got a lot about my life in my description down there. Okay, I love punk. Yeah. So not as hardcore as you maybe, but I love punk. But I more spent most of my time in like the rave scene from the 70s, 77. So really not far from you. But fell in love with punk, but spent a lot of time in the rave scene, you know, and kind of torn between the two sides there. But spent most of my time in the rave scene. And then realized I had to grow up and got into car sales, and I was like hardcore about car sales, and I crushed it for like 15 years. Ran dealership at one point, held every seat in the sales side, and averaged like 21 and a half cars a month. Not even trying really. I worked out twice a day. It was good times, but I spent way too much time. You know, I sacrificed my family and my life with to be in the car business, and had a bad wreck, and came out of that realizing like what I had done, and just discuss it with the whole thing, and vowed to never go back. And so it could have a much easier life if I just go back to the car business, but then I'd have no time and I'd be the same person. So I decided to take the hard road and spend the next, so I've only been trading for 4 years. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so instead of slam dancing in mosh pits, I wave, tutting, and popping and locking, being the center of the what is your mosh pit? It was the center of my dance circle, and just everybody on the outside. But yeah, that's pretty cool though. I mean, have you lived in Toronto? Is that where you did their punk scene? I'm pretty sure the punk scene there was badass.
You can't see the kittens.
Mm-mm. She probably put them somewhere because it's raining so hard.
Yeah, that's what I figured. She's here eating.
I saw her. I was in the car business too. Buyer only hit all the auctions, and she's buying in Long Island. Nice. Tough business. I used to love it, but I was just disgusted with it afterwards. Did I answer your question as far as like how I trade? I'm kind of setting these up for something I'm doing. Okay, good. I'm almost done too. And please ask more questions. I'm down. I can actually show you more in detailed trading if you'd like. Prefer I can stop doing this and do that. Oh, what is this thing doing? How long you been trading? Let me finish setting the settings on this right here. And I'll go do that. I'll do that. Okay. Yeah. Do you live off your trading? Because that's pretty cool. My mentor lives off his trading, obviously. He makes $1 million a year in just in futures and plays with options for fun. He doesn't like. He's so bored with the futures part of it, but he does it like it's his job. And then he also does real estate and signs contracts for his wife's houses she sells, and she also trades too. So, you know, he's just rolling in stupid money. What's SOES? Okay. I'd have to check it out. So I have acquired savant syndrome. Like I said, I had a bad wreck, and it means I like gained a talent after being hit in the back of the head at 70 miles per hour. I was able to paint instantly, and I have my links in the description here. You can check it out if you want. It's Instagram. You can see all my art, but I also have news articles. But so I get like dreams, I guess you can say, and I just see things differently on the charts now than I did before the wreck. Before the wreck, I couldn't trade to save my life, but after I just started seeing like all these things, and it's like I'm getting like somebody else's like thoughts and everything, because they're not like ideas, they're like actual like somebody else's thoughts. They come with like full-blown instructions and everything, but it's like in pieces. And so like over the last 4 years I've been piecing them together, because it was probably too much to like take on, I guess, in one spot. I guess maybe weird, I don't know, kind of weird, I'm sure. This is where I would probably look at trying to take a trade. Yeah, so like these are like zones, and so I'm looking at basically, you know, failure to get over the zone, and looking for, you know, solid support at a higher level to take along, you know. And so like this would be like ideal right here for me, is this bleeding down into this area like this, you know, price action bleeding into this area, and then all of a sudden stopping there. But that's not like good enough for me. Like I want it to come back and like find a new area of support. And so I'm looking for it to hit it twice without breaking it. And then that's kind of like my guy right there. And then I wait for it to go green right there, you know, after this, after it finds solid support and after it has solid resistance up here like this. And so I'm taking my trade right here, you know, and it's not like mind blowing there, but it pulls back and we kind of keep our stops back right here. So even if I was to take profit on that guy there and wait for this to pull back and do it again, when it comes back and it doesn't break this low, like it doesn't come back to the same area and it finds support there and does that doji setup just like this guy right here, I'm looking for the exact same thing right there. And so then you have a much bigger run right there. And so on this first one, you're looking at from there to, and I probably would end up having to take profit after it came back and went back up and came back again. Probably be right behind this area right there. So that's 11 ticks, nothing great. And then this one here is the exact same setup as the other one. I'd be looking right here. And then we follow behind. And so it would be, I'd probably be back behind this area until it cleared this area. It's holding flat there, made a new high there. There's your doji, pulls back, holds this area again. So at this point, it touched it twice. I'm probably getting like right here. That's 19 ticks. Because like if it doesn't break this high, that's most likely coming back and take my stops here. And then I'm probably looking for another setup at some point in the future, which this polite touch right here, where this wick comes down and doesn't break this low, whereas all the other ones came down and broke it. I'm looking for that like there, which is also holding a support higher than the last previous support that was given. And so like this pull back to here, then this deeper one in the middle, and then I'll pull back to the middle in between the two. And then that wick right there onto the outside edge of that zone, that's my guy right there. So I'm looking at probably taking the trade at the end of that candle right there. Preferably, I'd like it to pass that high, but I don't know if I'd wait. If it closed full candle right there, I'd probably take that trade right there. And then it ends up being short. So let's see. Again, pulls back. I'm probably behind this guy, clears this area right here, probably behind this doji here, goes back up, fails to make that high, pulls back there, and now I've got a same area touch there, and it failed to go past it. You know, I'm either right here or right there, so probably 6 to 7 in this area. And then it comes down, holds this area again, and it gets really thin, got the double dojis right there, it overtakes this area right there, probably, and again, but it's starting to fail, so I don't know if I'd actually take this trade. If it was making progress, like higher up, like more than 7 ticks there, because this one was already 11, that's 19. This one's 7, it's getting shorter on profits. I'd probably just stay away from this altogether until it broke out of this zone at this point. Probably looking for fails. Hi, Ty, and how it's going. Oh, Ty. Hey, Ty. Hey, what's up? How you doing, girl? I typically am not like sometimes I'll look down there and look at it, but I'm more of like a market structure kind of setup guy. But a lot of times if I'm calling the trade, I'm looking at it at the stochastics as well. So if this was something I was calling out loud, then yeah, I was probably looking for stochastics verification. But like, see, like this move here doesn't have it. So maybe I would have stayed out of that trade, you know, or maybe I should have stayed out of that trade. This one would have been perfect right there based on stochastics. But look at it, it didn't really, it fizzled out. So that's why I don't really put a lot of emphasis on that, because look at these right here. None of these lined up right here. That would have been a good trade there, which that's that first one I was talking about. Stochastics not where you're right. It's 11 ticks right there. And you can make a living off 11 ticks, really. You don't need anything more than that. I do like bigger runs, though, personally. and that's why I like this second one right here. This is 19, and stochastics isn't right as well there either. They do curl, but they're at the like 40 to 50 area. Honestly, on this one, I think this is when I was drawing channels based on how many, like where your wicks are all stopping in one area. And so I drew it based off of that, this area right here. And so that's probably not something that you'd be able to see like right away. It'd probably be easier to say like, there's this indecision right here at 1 o'clock there, and you could take that high of that candle at the indecision right before it, like it manipulated high and it manipulated low. You could do a channel right across that area, and it'd almost be the exact same area. And then you have those 3 dojis right there in the exact same area as well to kind of give emphasis to it. And so you could do a channel based off of that. It would be something like from there to there. It's not quite the same. It's just slightly above it really, but you also had 3 dojis right here as well, you know, in this area. And so if you were to really like build like a zone, you've got 3 dojis there, you got 3 dojis there, but you use the high and low of those 2, you know, boom, then there's your zone from there to there. Price action holds it there, and that's actually a good trade. Comes back and fails here. You can short it right there, and that's actually a good trade too. Yeah, let's get together sometime here. Shoot me a message if you ever get back on. I'd like to see how you trade. You know, maybe we can learn from each other. But appreciate you keeping me company. I need to be more consistent. When are you free? And I'll try to be more consistent about being on. I mean, do you like Sundays? Does Sundays work for you? Can always be on Sundays. Monday through Thursday. Okay. Afternoons. I'm calling trades throughout the day, so after that, from like 4 to 6, and then from 7 till probably 9. Okay. 4 to 6 and 7 to 9, Monday through Friday. You just tell me a day. All right. Now I guess I'll just do Wednesday then. All right, Lady Ty. Thanks. Have a good day at your concert. Wednesday, we'll see. Lady Ty, where you at? All right. So did you get that? How I made that channel right there? All right, watch. So if I scroll back here, all right. See these 3 dojis in a row? Okay. So if I take the, and technically you could probably take the high. Let me get rid of this. Okay, so if I take the high of those dojis and I take the low of this doji here, there's one channel. Then down here, I get 3 more dojis right here in a row, if you can see them. And so if I did the same thing for those, took the high and then the low, I made another zone out of them. And then I've got this area right here that I can take, you know, I could just make one whole zone out of it right here like this. Just to see what happens here. Or I can just treat them as, you know, 2 totally different zones, right? It's kind of like what your preference is, like how you want it. Like, I don't know how it sets up for you, right? So we get this is your area here, and you see this pull back and it rejects off of it there. I mean, there's a short little trade right there that you could take. It comes and wicks it right here, and there's another little short little trade right there that you can take, but you know, they're not really going too deep, right? They're not really going down a lot there. God, what is it doing? So if this rejected there, you take it from here, max is 16. So I mean, you easily be able to get probably 12 to 8 out of that. And this one right here, if you took it off of that, 6 ticks there. So really not killing it there either. But that's just looking at this one up here. Now looking at the bottom one down here, I like how this manipulates that low there and then finds support at the edge of that zone right there. And then this double candle right here supports that, right? And so you would draw this channel, it would be after, but like, so you could see it here. And so then you're just looking for, it's just like what I showed you before. Like you're looking for a flat area and then you're looking for it to find your trade off that area. Well, that double bar right there hits this area right here and pushes it up. And if that, you know, if that doesn't, if that's too fast, like, you know, okay, well, you just identified the bottom there. Well, then now you're just looking for it to either come back and manipulate this area, or you're looking for it to find support above it, right? And so here's your support above it, and it hits it 3 times, right? And so then you got 1, 2 right there, closes or starts to go green right here. You take that trade, your risk is six ticks, you know, and you're in that trade, and your first double bar is 20 ticks, you know. And so my trades are usually average 21 ticks. So that works out pretty good. Your first pullback usually is 8 ticks. And so if you had gotten in on this trade here somewhere, which I don't know where you would have gotten in, but this pullback probably is 8 ticks. That's what I'm trying to say. This is probably out of the way. So that's 10 right there. And then this was 9 ticks right there. So that works. Okay, so your first pullback is 9 ticks. And sometimes you get the pullback of 8 to 9 ticks before you get the 21 ticks. And then it should go for somewhere between that and another 20 because your average move is 40. And so if I measure this up to here, that's 22. But the total there would have been from here. So that's 33. And then there's another pullback there, which your pullbacks are going to get bigger as you get into this area. So that's 12. So that's okay. That works. Because I'm expecting from 8 to 12 to 16, like that kind of stepping. And so then your next move is 19. And then from here, it would have been 40. So there you go. There's your 40. Are you following me so far? Okay, cool. Is it making sense? Okay, good. I can. So now here's a couple of different ways to trade this, right? You could take 3 trades and actually make more money. And so that's why I like doing stuff like this, is because it helps me visualize it and see things. So if I already know that my pullbacks are going to be like 8, 12, and 16, right? So this was 8, this one's 12, the next one's 16. Okay, so there's 18, right? So boom, magic, right? Like I'm 2 ticks off, but I mean, okay. And then it fails, right? So that's the problem with it, is you can't. Well, 40 is really my mark, so I'm kind of lucky because I didn't get my 16 pullback until after I hit 40. So really my target really was 40, so I'd have been done with it really. But if it was to keep going up, and this was before, like this before I hit 40, and this was the 16 pullback, then you would have a third trade there, right? Which, I mean, you still do have a trade there. It doesn't fail until after it hits the high there again. So, I mean, technically you could just jump in again and write it up for like another 12, right? So back to what I was saying is, so you could take several trades here. And so let me get rid of some of this mess. So we know we found a level here and found support, and then we're not expecting this, but we do expect a pullback either way. But it breaks out, and so we're taking that trade because it broke out. And so this is where we're entering at, is right here. And so you take this first trade. It gets to 20 or 21, close to that. I can't see the candle there. Let me make the candle in front, bring to front. There it goes. And so I probably do get, okay, I'm breaking it. I broke it. And it didn't save a bet. I'm going to be so mad. Hey, Viv. Oh, Viv, I didn't know you were there too. I'm sorry. Join. You guys can jump on the mic if you want. Yeah, I'm going to show you where the exception is, right? Hold on. I broke it. I don't know. Who knows? I'm always breaking stuff. Viv, you still here? Yeah. Let's see. How do I get you to Ty? How did you find us? Did you go to the YouTube? Let me find my YouTube. Switch accounts here. Accounts. Why is it not working? Oh, there. Go there. Share. All right, Viv. There's the YouTube. Wait, why does it say tiny take? Copy. Ignore that. I don't know what that is. There. And delete that. There, now you can talk with me over on the other. Or I could just look at the screen. It's faster if you talk to me on the screen. Anyway, but you're not responding, so I don't know if you were paying attention or not. So anyways, I'm done with that. Cool. Are you logged in under StreamYard or under YouTube? Okay, so it saved none of that. That's going to be so excited about that right now. Okay. I just get over it here and just come back here and find what I was working with. Don't know where I was. Dude, I have no idea where I was. I got you. So let's see. I mean, basically, you're just looking for an area that has like a lot of dojis, like on your screen, right? So like double doji here, double doji there, and like this one's slightly higher than the other one, but it still stops at the same high. So I mean, you could use that, and then you have dojis in the middle as well. So I mean, you have a lot of confluences like this area right here, and so you could just mark off this area, you know, from the high of those dojis to the low of those dojis right there, and then you know, I can get rid of this. That's above it. And so now you look at your price action, and this is the high of the move, right? So you're not really looking to long this here, unless it it pulls back, right? And so I guess it kind of helps to have like another area where it's doing that. And so like you do have a lot of doji right here, so this is actually a good area, this zone there, and then here's another one. It's holding this area right here. And so here's your low, and then this is your high, and this is your mid, right? And so if you have them tight like that, I mean, you can just kind of like, measure the distance from the low end to the high end there. That's 20 ticks, from the high end to the low end, that's 17 ticks. And so, if you have failure as it comes underneath this middle zone and it's not being able to go back above it, and you can see that the highs going up or coming down deeper and deeper and basically going underneath this zone, you can like wait for it to fail like right at the edge at the top of the zone as it's coming down, boom, hit it. You're at that threshold where it should be dumping, right? And so then you can short it down to the next level. Same thing as if it comes down and it's a price action is making, or it's up here and it comes down and it finds support perfectly at the bottom of this move right here. And, it's not like uber failing, but it's like just pouring into this like one red move, then it's still bullish, right? And so this is a decent pullback for that. And then you're looking for it to set up to find support. So it's like a double tap to this low or finding support at a different area and then going up. And so, yeah, I just used the same area for two different things, right? But it depends on your price action. Like, is price action pouring into it because it's trying to go higher? Well, you got a lot of greens mixed in here, so no, you don't. You don't have that. So we know that this is like basically distribution, like it's reached its high and then it's dumping, right? And so now it's coming down, pouring into this area, and you have a doji like perfectly placed at the edge there, right? You already found support on it. It failed to break out of it. It came back down, did a doji on the line there, really. Puts a perfect wick right into it right there on that red candle. You could short it right there. So it's like telling you a story, right? It's failing to make new highs. It's cascading down. It's using the zone as like a tree limb, basically. I hit it, I flip around, I spin off of it, I grab it with my hand, it slips off. Like it's cascading down. And so, I mean, yeah, it's a little short, but I mean, you could still use that as a short. Or you got the bottom zone down here, you're looking for it to find some type of support here and build a case that it can take a long from here. Well, all right, so let's say you skip this right here because you're bullish, right? And it comes down, it's pouring down, and now you have this all red pouring down. And this is where I start to look for my longs after this, is because I'm looking for it to hit an area that cauterizes the bleeding, right? And so then I've got that here, this guy here, but how do you know it's the end? Well, you just wait for it to turn green there. Do I take that trade there? I mean, I could. If you don't do V bottoms, then you can just wait for the confirmation, right? So then you get that doji right there at the top of that zone. Price action bounces, wicks out of the zone that's right above it, comes back down and puts another wick into the exact same low as this guy right here. Now, I mean, now you got a high, you've got a low, and you got to move there. We got the 89 right there, so it does halt your trade right there. But let's see what happens after. Oh boy. So if you did take that trade there, which that's your first check there, boom, 7 ticks. I mean, you might be able to salvage, you get your first targets off, second targets off, and then it kind of ends, right? But if you held on to it, right, your last target, you shouldn't have moved it because it never really cleared this area yet, right? And you've made, let's say you made 4 ticks times 2. Well, you got 8 ticks to spare there. If you made 6 ticks times 2, well, then you still have, plenty to spare there, because, I mean, you'll still make profit there. Comes back. It's only like a tick below your entry, right? So you feel heat for 2 candles, maybe 3 right there. and it sets up, and lo and behold, look, you have another 2 ticks, like 2 wicks right there, putting in a flat right there, showing that there's support above this area that's already shown you that there's support. So our support is rising, right? So your trade is right there too. So you could have taken a second trade. Hey, I'll add you. Can you hear me? Are you there? Can't hear me? Okay.
Can you hear
So
me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'll stay on the mic then. Cool. Thanks.
Perfect. So are you following me so far on this? Oops.
Yeah, I'm following you. Mm-hmm.
I can make my pin back. Where is it at? Ah, breaking stuff. All right. So you're showing, it's showing that there's support there again, and so now you have support is rising, right? And it doesn't give you tremendously amount more because it ends up failing right here at the top of this, but there's no way you can predict that. I mean, again, you do have the 89 there, and it does look like it's going to try to cross it, but then it ends up failing. So I think that once it comes back again, you just end up taking your last contract at the exact same price you took the other one. So you end up being 3 at like 6 or 4 or whatever. And but still, I mean, you got all your targets off, but that's good practice. That's it's a good trade that just ends up not breaking for new highs, but it does everything it needs to do, right, to get you to where you're making money.
Okay, so let me ask a question. Where you said the second support was, I have trouble seeing that live. I mean, I can see it now, obviously, after the fact, but
Which one?
live, yeah,
This
where
one?
you're, yeah, I would have
Or
trouble
this one?
seeing that live.
Yeah. So here's what you do. You just be patient, right? So
Uh-huh.
let's say you miss this guy, right? You miss this trade, which is fine
Mm-hmm.
because I mean it didn't really right underneath the 89, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you let it do its thing there, and you see that it comes back down and it's failing to break this high. It's wicking into
Okay.
the 89, and
Mm-hmm.
then it's breaking your low of your support right there. It broke it right there. And so now if this goes up again after
Mm-hmm.
it's failed twice on the 89, 3 times really, and then breaks my support here, both of them, boom, boom, and then it goes up and it doesn't break that high and close above it and stay up there, then I'm
Mm-hmm.
looking at a short, you know,
Okay.
because it's failure across the board. Like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. This one doesn't even get back to it. Here's your 4 right there. Clear all this. So 1, 2, and so you just count the flat spots where it's failing, right? And then you see the
Okay.
wick, and so then there's another fail, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the ones that are above, so like when you look at a candle and you see that there's no wick there,
Mm-hmm.
or like so you had a fail here and then this dumps down and then there's like no wick here, and then all of a sudden you have 3 wicks that are above that.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you would count like a second, like another set of fails, right? Because it's purposely putting wicks lower than other, or bodies higher than other wicks. So it's separating them and grouping them, basically. That's what I call it, grouping. Does that make sense?
Kind of, sort of. So
Let me expand it so you can see it.
I I'm still learning candlesticks, or just with the wicks and stuff like that, because I started trading on wrinkle bars.
Right.
So.
A wick is just is as a trace of where it used to be,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now, when you see wicks in a row going across, that means that it failed across 3 times. It
Mm-hmm.
failed 3 times. It doesn't do that if it's trying to go up. Like if it can go up, it's literally pulling back off of it. So there's a strong resistance right there.
So if the wick is at the top, that means it was more
Not
more.
always. Not always. Listen to what I'm
Oh.
saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay. A wick showing where it was before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, sometimes you'll get a wick and it pulls back and then it goes back and tries to break it. And then it can't break it, and it pulls back, and then it breaks it. So in this situation, yeah, it failed to break that high, but it pulled back to try to go again, pulled back deeper, try to go again, pulled back even deeper 3 times, and then broke it. So its intention here, candles before, to tell you what its intention is. It wants to go up. It's not going to just fail here one time and then dump. Do you know what I mean? Its intent is it wants to go up. So like if you knock on a door and somebody doesn't answer, do you just leave after the first time you knock? Right, you knock again, right? So what's the kind of like threshold there, like where you're like, okay, dude, like I'm done, like I'm okay, they're not here. Probably like 2 or 3 times, right? Okay, so knocked on the door, nobody answered. Okay, well, I bang harder, you know, and they answered, you know. And so it's the same kind of idea. It's like, what is the psychological threshold of like failure, right? And so it probably comes in threes. After the third time, you're like, I don't know. And then with candles, as far as like really putting in an effort, like 5 to 6 is really like the like absolute, like if it's showing progress, then you know it's 5 or 6, right? But if it's stagnating and not passing after a certain point, then it's, you know, then it's done, right? And so we had progress here over these 3, right? So there's hope for gain here. But then the next 3, 1, 2, 3, are fails.
Okay.
So 3 up, 3 down. And so 3 up gives us another go to try to go again. Well, you know, 4, 5, 6, if it kept going up, we'd still, you know, we'd get those chances, but we didn't get those chances because it stopped and it started going down. So then 1, 2, 3, and so overall 6 tries to break this high right here.
Okay.
And so that's kind of how you have to look at it. Is it's not always so cut and dry, but it does tell a story. It's like, okay, well, I tried, I was getting progress, I was feeling good about it, then I stopped getting progress, and then I stopped feeling good about it, and then I kind of gave up, you know. And so now the other thing is that in between each one of these groups, do you see where there's a valley, and some of them are really shallow, like this is a really shallow one right there, but there's valleys in between each one of these where the wicks aren't as high as the last set of wicks. Like sure, this wick is as high as these wicks right here, but it's still lower than that guy right there. So that makes this wick by itself meaningless. It's nothing, right? And so I've got these 3 together. That tells a story. Okay, well, I tried 3 times right here, I failed. I tried 3 times right there, I failed. I tried 3 times right here, and I made some progress, but I still ultimately failed. I tried 3 times right there, and I failed. You start to see the trend here.
Okay.
Do you see the trend? I tried 3 times, I failed. I tried 3 times, I failed. So then I pulled back and tried again, you know, pull back and tried again, pull back and tried again. My pullbacks start getting deeper than my, you know, my initial progress here. I'm basically setting up at this point to dump, like I'm setting up to go the other way. So once I break that support area right there that I've started with, then I'm basically saying like, well, if I can't use this momentum coming back this far to go up higher, then if I can't make this high, then I've got to go the other way because I'm just not deep enough and I'm holding on to this area for no reason.
Okay.
My efforts don't match my results at this point. And so now it's like, okay, so I basically have already determined that I'm probably going down from here, but to be fair, I need to go up here at least 2 more times to be like, you know, at this level, if I pull back this far, which is just underneath my last level of support, if that doesn't really get it, if I can't see progress here, then I really got to let go of this and dump because I'm just not in the, I'm holding on too long in this area. That's kind of what it's saying. And so that's how you can use these like zones. And remember, I made these 3 zones just off of a bunch of dojis that I see on the screen here. It's nothing special, but it's the same thing. It's the same idea. It's just on a micro level. Dojis are indecision. Zones are areas of indecision. Like do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's not It's not rocket science. You can make anything a zone as long as there's indecision. And so then you just have to wait for the story. And it's like maybe somebody else's zone is better placed than your zone, but still, if I look at the candles, they're going to tell me a story based on if that zone is worth anything. It's going to show me where there's failure, and I can take a trade off of that. And it might be higher, it might be lower than the other person's trade, but it's still a trade based off of what I'm seeing. You see what I'm saying? And so like when you have price action going underneath the 89 and being held underneath the 89, the more it's pushed under the 89, the more the stronger, I guess, the more the closer you are to it dumping harder. How's that?
Mm-hmm.
See, like it went across it pretty, like it was just all across it right here, right? And then it's only like a wick right there. And then it doesn't even touch right here, which is like gold, right? Like it's like, okay, D-Day, this is easier to find. This one's harder. And so how do you prepare yourself up for that, right? Like how do you prepare yourself to be able to see all that? And so you just look for, it's the same thing I've been telling you, look for areas where wicks are stopping at the exact same high, right? Or bodies are stopping at the exact same high. Okay, are we making progress or not? We are there. Okay, but are we here? No. Okay, and is that lower than that guy over there? Yes. All right, so progressively, even though we did make, we made progress here, we ultimately made a resistance point lower. Is that lower or is it the same? I can't even tell. The same. It's the same. So ultimately it came back and still found resistance at this area and still not able to get back to this area. Okay, so then I need to pull back deeper, So this could be a trade right here. Like, I got a resistance area. I made some progress here, but I failed to make it again to make the new high. I came back to the exact same resistance area. Dude, I failed 3 times. 1, 2, 3. When I get that green candle that goes up and fails to make it to the high there, if I get a red candle after that, then I'm short, and that's probably 12 ticks right there, or 8, okay, if that's not good enough, if I miss that, then okay, well, I wait for it to pull back to this area right here, and I got the 89 coming down. Look, I can't even get back to that area, and I've got the 89, I've got a wick going right into it, whereas the last time I looked at it, so if I see it manipulate the 89, I'm looking back at when's the last time I hit it. The last time I hit it, like, obliterated it, right? But, like, still couldn't stay above it, so telling the same story. Wicked into it like this, telling the same story. This time I've got one wick and I've held off of it, right? So if I didn't catch it on this trade, then I wait for the next pull back up, right? It's just about being patient. And then you get this green bar that goes full bar right into this area. And I was like, oh, this looks good. This looks like it can make it. It's full bar right in here. It should give me another green candle. No, I get another red one right there. All right. Well, then that reminds me of this guy right here. Okay. They're literally the exact same move. And so now, you've got twins there, right? You get twins, like I would say there's a 99% chance it's going to do the exact same thing. Okay. See, and so another way to say that is, okay, I've got cascading highs, right? My highs are getting lower and lower, right? My highs are getting lower and lower. Okay, so forget that the 89 is there, and just look at your highs. My highs are getting lower and lower, whereas before they were going higher and higher and higher. So obviously something's changed, right? Okay. Now look at my lows. My lows were getting higher and higher and higher, and then all of a sudden they're getting lower and lower and even lower, and broke my first low, right? Maybe not this guy, but that doesn't matter because our support is being built off of this. Our profit run is being built off of these 2 wicks finding support here. And so this is the most important area of this whole move. If we break that, then we're bearish. Like we're totally bearish. Not here though. We're going to wait for it to pull back and complete the story. Okay, so my highs are getting lower here. And then I want to see when it dips down to this area, can I make a new high? Well, I did go higher than this little guy right here, but not to this guy right here. And definitely not to that guy there. And so I'm not making new highs. Was that enough for me to call it quits? I mean, some people, yeah. Some people short it right there. But if do I need more? Okay, well, I wait for it to pull back and fail to get back to this area because this was the deeper pull, and this is as much as it can go. So if it pulls back again and it can't get past this area, then it's absolutely a short.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And so like, and again, like you're okay. Well, how do I know? Because I looked over here and it's the same story. You know, lower
Okay.
highs. I'm having to go deeper. You know, this is my last previous high. I had a pullback here. It pulled back up. It failed to make that high, and went into like that red lollipop with a long wick hammer kind of looking thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's my candle of interest, right? I'm looking for this over here because that's where it ultimately failed. And so how do you find it? Well, you got these 4 candles coming right after it. And so that's if I'm looking to make money, I'm looking for something to repeat this. Like I want that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was looking for this over here. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm looking for that up here, right? And I really didn't get it. I mean, I got it kind of in pieces here, but I kind of missed it because I'm I just found my support and wasn't sure. Maybe I got that, maybe I didn't, but it's failing now, right? And so now I'm getting this instead of this, and I shouldn't be. And this is saying that it's failing to find an area to launch out of, right? And so now I'm looking to get this again. Then how do I get this? Well, at the top of that move, there's that candle right there, and there's your bullish candle that goes with it, that's paired with it, right here. There's your fail right there. Okay, so I have a fail that's higher up. I've got a bullish candle after a pullback right here, right? So here's my pullback right here. So there. And then my bullish candle right here closes at the top of the candle. So, I mean, giving everything it can to keep going up there, it should get another green candle right there, right? No, I don't. I get this green candle or this red candle right here, and it's identical to that green candle right there or red candle right there. And well, failing highs, red candle next to the bullish candle, next to the failed high, same move. I'm shorting it. And that's kind of what you want is you want that story. You want it to tell you like that story. Either it's telling you it's bullish and it's consistent or it's not. You know what I mean? If it's not consistent, like if this isn't continuously going up, it's not consistent. If it starts to fail on you, then you need to start looking the other direction. And then if you look at this, it's basically channeling down on top of this channel that it made right here going down.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? So it's like, this should have been channeling up on this channel going up.
Mm-hmm.
Better. But what is it doing? It's falling out of the channel and then resisting off of it.
Okay.
And failing to get back to it. And that's how you know like it's over. Like once it starts peeling off sideways and then dipping down and then not coming back to the same high, channel rules say, and this is like, this is my stuff, like, but channel rules go like this. You're healthy when you're in the channel. When you manipulate the high, you manipulate the low, right? If you can't make it back to the high, which is what this guy is right here, this guy couldn't make it back to the high after hitting the bottom of the channel right here. And so it couldn't make it to the high. You fall out of the channel to basically manipulate this low right here that you got going on. And then when you fail to hit back to that bottom line, if you hit the bottom line, that's fine. Then you just do another manipulation to this line right here, and you pretty much stop like right here because it's at an angle, right? But if you fail to even make it to the bottom line, then that's an ultimate fail right there, and so that's double. And so like when it comes up and it fails to hit it again right here, it starts peeling off. And so that's why I did this DVs, because it's saying, okay, well, if you can't pick it back there, then you need to find a pocket of people that can get you back to that area. And so you need to go, expedite this move to the downside to get there. right? And so that's why it's set up like that, is they couldn't get back to this bottom line here twice, 3 times. Boom, peels off, peels off, peels off, and then it dumps right here to try to expedite the move to launch it back up to get to this trend line right here. Fails right here, and so it's about to dump again, and so now because you have all this price action, you have another channel right here as well. And so that's why you get a pullback here to try to retest it to go back to the high here.
Mm-hmm.
And that can be confusing, but that's why it's doing it. And so then it fails to get back to the high there again, and it dumps down again to manipulate this low right there, and then fails right here to go back up to it altogether. And so then there's another double dump right there because it failed to get back to the line altogether. And so then it just keeps cascading. And so that's how the anatomy of that move works, is it's basically set up to drive it down until it can get to an area where it's going to have enough support to drive it in this area. This is the channel, that we're like mostly interested in, right? Because we want to break this channel. And so let's just change the color of this to something that we can find. Okay. And so now price action is spilling off, and like you can see this channeling, like where it's like basically hitting the high and low of this channel because you have green and reds, right? Reds, and they're eating up the whole channel. And so it's easier if you put this where the wicks are there. And put this where the wicks are there. Okay. And so that's just another channel. It's just at an angle, right? And so I'm not trying to make it super confusing, but it just kind of helps to understand the difference between this and this, right? And so this is basically transporting your bears and bulls to a lower area to down here to manipulate this low so that you have a chance of breaking this high right here. And so then you'll see there's a change in character right here. Can you see it?
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so that's your change in character right there. And that kind of proves the point of what's going on here, right? It's bringing your bears and bulls down here, transporting them together down here by basically breaking their stops and on both sides, because the bulls got their stops here, and the bears got their stops here, or here, and so you're constantly breaking these stops as you're going up and down to drive them further into this area, so they FOMO or want to FOMO into this area to go long. And then so basically giving the bears what they want, but really stopping out all the bulls and dragging them out deeper so that all the bulls are in this area down here so that we can get this all over again. But with all the support of all the people that we dragged from in here that were bullish down here. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Because just remember, like, price action is just a means of transporting, like money only moves from one, it transfers from one entity to another, right? And so it's not displaced, or it's not destroyed or gone. It's just moved from one area to another. And so we're just basically moving the money, the interest, where obviously there's interest right here, because look at all the candles we just spent here. We spent 4 or 5 candles going through this area on the downside, but then coming back up, we spent what, 40, 50? Oh boy. From here to here, doji to doji, 42 candles. You see what I'm saying? So like, obviously interest is in this area, but we need to move them to an area that they're both on the same side. And so if I appease the bears and drag them down here, because I can't go higher, I'm trying to go higher and I can't. So if I appease the bears and drag them down here, then some of them are probably going to go long from here. And if I can break all the stop losses of all the bulls here, because they're just not getting it done, they're not strong enough by themselves, and I bring them down here, that's what this channeling is. Boop, 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 boop. That's when it does that. It's transporting, right? And so I'm transporting them all down here, and they're like FOMO, like a revenge trading all this way. So they're really pissed. They just want to break even at this point, right? That's where they're at. And so now we get them down here to this area, and right, and this is the test here. And so we did break this high here, and then we drive it back down for absorption. This is called a spring, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess the best thing to look for in this situation is if you see the channeling, you can recognize the channeling. And you'll know because you can see all the wicks stopping in the same area going across. Top and
Okay.
bottom.
Okay, that's when you're drawing your channels. I see you sometimes when
At
you're
an
trading.
angle. Yeah, at an angle.
Yeah.
Like it's very
Okay.
obvious, right? Like if you look here, it's they're all stopping at the same area right here, but it's not as obvious, right? It's like it's
kind of wonky.
Right. There's a lot on the upside because it's obviously failing on the upside, right? But it's kind of sporadic on the downside, and it goes a little bit deeper in areas. It's not as easy to see. But then when you see it like this, and it's just basically like a bar, if you think of like a gold bar, like it's just a brick, right? And so top and bottom wicks are on both sides. It's easier to identify. And so
Okay, they're taking that gold bar to Fort Knox.
that's right. They're taking that money. They're trying to. We're taking their money, really. So we're taking their money down here and getting them down here, and then bringing them up here to see if they can fight it out, right? So we're basically transporting them down here, picking up all these people here, and then we're transporting it back over to here in the middle, right? And so now, and that's where you get this chevron. I call it a chevron because it's like it makes this like V pattern, right? Okay, so now that we've transported these people to the middle of the price action, which is our third bar, right? Our third band, and they're all right here fighting it out. The first direction it goes usually is not the direction it's going to end up going. So again, you got to remember our bias is we want to go long. We just can't. We're failing. So we're setting it up to get it to where it can go wrong. So if you get this channeling down into this area and then channeling back up like this to the middle of this third band like this, then you see it dip out hard right here. You could short this, but you're probably better off waiting for it to show indecision there and then longing it because it's going to attack this high. Because again, it wants to go long. It wants to break this area. And so all this right here was setting up for this to spring out. And so this is the reigniting this absorption. This is absorption right here. And so this churning right here is what causes absorption. You're buying and selling until all the shares are going. So you're all right. Hold on. Let me back up. This might be easier. I get a drink too. All right. All right. Let's reverse here for a little bit. Just for a second. All right. So you're unable to get higher here because your interest is spread out over a big area, right? All your money is all over the place. It's not focused. And so you're only getting partial pushes to the upside. So what do? You corral them and funnel them into this low right here to where there is a pocket of buyers that is willing to go, that wants to go higher, right? And so then you're breaking these stop losses of people who have weak hands, of bears who are taking profits, and those shares are instantly going into the hands of bulls who are waiting in this area. How do I know that there's bulls waiting in this area? Right here.
Okay, from where it got cauterized before.
Yeah, I've got a massive cauterization right here. So I know for a fact there is some strong buying incentive in this area, right? And so I've been saving it for last because I wanted to get out of it without having to tap into it, but I just couldn't do it. So I have to funnel them into this area. And so as I'm funneling them, I'm breaking their stop losses and they're getting really like a revenge trading. Those shares are instantly going into the hands of buyers who are in this area. And here's another thing. Watch this. At 11 o'clock, mind you, after 11 o'clock, we're dumping right here. At 12 o'clock, I'm right back where we started. What is that?
Mm.
That's a doji. Am I right?
Where are you looking? Sorry.
So if I start at one area and I finish at the same price, right?
Mm.
That's basically a doji. It
Okay.
doesn't matter the price action. If I end a candle at the exact same price I started at, it's a doji.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so on a higher time frame, they just had a massive push down that got soaked all the way back up and closed. Maybe it closed barely red right here,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because this is their candle, right? But they just saw it soak all the way like back up and then come back to break even right here. And so now you're drawing the interest of these higher time frames in because of that, is that soaking up. And so
Okay. If you
your
look
higher,
back at it, it kind of looks like a big giant W for
right,
me at least.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so now what happens after a big W? You get reaccumulation.
Mm.
Because look, they just spent all their energy to get these people up here in this area.
Mm-hmm.
And just to get it to break this area right here because they couldn't get past this area. So they spent all the energy to get to this area here. But now you got to break the original problem, which was breaking the other high over here that we couldn't break. And so you've just spent all your energy here. You're going to have to reaccumulate, which is what this move is over here. So then you're waiting for it to break back past this area, and then you probably have a long there. And so if you look, it's going down, it's not getting back up, it's having a hard time getting back up, and then it does make it back up to that area. Nope, still fails. So just shorts. Like it failed here, didn't get back to it there, failing here, failing here, failing here, all shorts until it makes it past that area. Fail right there, shorts. And so that's it. So this is an area that is just not able to get past. And so rightly so, we marked this area right here from this move right here
Mm-hmm.
that, if we can't get past this area, we're short biased, right? And up here. Now down here, we get long biased, right?
Mm-hmm.
As long as we see multiple touches coming in down here. Right now we only got one touch down here. But this was like manipulation. Basically, these are wicks right here. This is like dojis. This subtracts each other right there. And it could be just all wicks in this area, if you're trying to catch that long there, because you're basically setting this up. Your first move down, this is a V pattern too, so it'd be harder to trade. It's a wonky W as well, with the leg down. So again, harder to trade. But if you were to catch that trade, it's a good long because all of this was the setup for this,
Mm-hmm.
So not the easiest pattern to trade here, but you just have to be short biased because of this here. And then you're looking at this, hoping that this finds support here, and it didn't. And so then you have to be short biased again until it breaks past this area. And so then you get a whole slew of shorts from this area that you can trade from. And so like you can do like that double top right there, these failing tops right there. You could do this one's growing, so like let me change the size of this. It's getting big. These are growing up right here, so not like the best set of wicks to look at.
Mm-hmm.
But that fail right there, that fail right there, the solid bar right here, double bar right there, fail right there, and there's your 5 or 6 or whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6 is always a fail, right? Unless it's successful, then it's not a fail, right? And it's successful, and then it's up here, and it's going. Do you see it?
Okay. Yeah, I see it. I just wouldn't have known where to Are you counting the red candles?
Well, you can do that, or you can count where the wicks fail.
Okay.
Yeah, they're failing to get past this, above this zone right here, right? And even if they do get above it, they're stopping and sucking back in, right?
Oh, okay.
The bars aren't stopping and closing above the zone and finding support and then taking off and closing above that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the progression you're looking for. Is you're looking for it to be stair stepping above this area and going higher, but it's not. It's ultimately failing below this area consistently. And then it really, coincidentally, at the very end here, really pours it on thick and stops it dead at the exact high of that zone with a double bar. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see it. Mm-hmm.
So like a double bar is obviously, like, you see that green bar end right there and you're like, wow, they really put forth effort in that because there's no wick on it. They really wanted to go up. But then you see the red bar underneath it and it's bearish engulfing. To do it, just short that. Like it's, you know what I mean? Like that's all you need right there at that point. I mean, it's failed all these times. It put in a full bar right here, and failed ultimately right there as a bearish engulfing. That's double that length. You could wait for the pullback and it fail again, and it doesn't even go back to the high. Like it doesn't even go back to past. Get that bar twice. You get this bar twice.
Yeah. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? And now you're seeing the rule of two there, right? You're seeing it. You're seeing something happen twice. And it's usually, that's what's going to happen. It dumps. And so then find support right there, double bar, double wicks at the bottom of that zone. Still fails to get back up here, it looks like. Right there. Pulls back, hits it again for the third time right there. And so that's why I kept these separate, is because you can look at them. Remember, if we're trying to get past this area right here, but what did it say? If it comes down here and sets up and finds support down here, it probably got longs.
Mm-hmm.
And then up here, if it's setting up and failing up here at the top, then you probably got shorts, and so then you have this area that's, between the two, 13 ticks. So, I mean, you got 12 ticks here, 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 here. So 48 ticks right there. And sure, this one's trying, right? This one's janky and probably would try you, but this one's a direct path, that's a direct path, and this one's pretty much a direct path.
Yeah, and you're just going from zone to zone.
Right. And so these are zones that we made. Like it's not rocket science. Again, let's figure out how we found it. Let's find another set, right? But we found this set based off of what was it? I know we found it because of these. And where was it that we found these at? I imagine, I think these were pre-existing zones that were there, but you could just take these dojis all right here. You got them all, they're all over the place there. I mean, here, there's 3 right there in a row, right there. And then there's another 5 right there. So there's your one zone there. And you can just take the tops and bottoms. So maybe you make this zone a little bit, deeper right there. But maybe the high is a tick or two higher there. And then this middle one, you've got this doji here, 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 and the double doji there. So, look at where the bodies of these candles stop right there. That's kind of where I would pick it, and I guess that's why I picked that. And those dojis, it cuts right across those dojis right there. And the bodies all stop right there as well. So you got wicks and bodies stopping in the same row, right where the dojis are cutting across. And then up here, you've got body stopping right there, going across, and double dojis there. So I mean, you could adjust the high there to be like, even with that, or where these wicks are right there going across. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's going to tell you the same story.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times when I draw my zones, like I'm like zoomed all the way out, and I'm not even looking at the details. I'm just drawing it in based on where the wicks are, that I can see like as a mass. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my candles are so different than yours, though.
But
I
it's
try.
fine. You can
I,
just use
I
whatever you got.
yeah, I don't get the dojis like you. I get like it's like a slant or something like that. So and it's
A
barely
slant.
noticeable. So I need to something in my
What's a
set.
slant?
Hmm?
What's a slant?
So you have the dojis that cross. I don't have the middle part cross. It's like a
Oh, you
just
get a dash.
yeah, and it's kind of hard to see. So I don't know. Maybe it's something in
You
my
can get
setting.
there's an indicator. You can go to here, I'll find it for you. And no. Viv, if you're talking, I don't see you talking anywhere. Not trying to ignore you. This guy. All right, here is the link, and I'll post it in the Elite Room too.
Okay,
This
yeah,
color,
is
this
better.
color is your doji's blue.
Oh, okay.
And even if you get different dojis, you're still getting them somewhere. So it's just a matter of like, where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
I also have 2 data feeds running. I don't know if that really makes a difference. I'm running the one through NinjaTrader and then one through Rhythmic, and so maybe that's why. I don't know.
Maybe so. Because you're just using the candlesticks native to Ninja, right? Not some other
Yeah,
indicator or nothing, right?
yeah. Just the doji's the only doji colored dojis is the only thing I use for.
Oh, okay. What do
Things.
you use to draw also? Because I need to be drawing more on my screen.
Epic,
Oh, Epic. Oh, okay. I
Epic
heard
Pen.
Coach Brian mention that in a class. Okay. Yeah, it'll help me a lot more. I tried to use the line thing on Ninja that you did, but I think it would be easier for me if I could just draw on my screen when I
Yeah, and
start to see stuff happening.
there's timers on there too, so you can have it just erase itself over a period of time,
Oh, okay, cool.
so
Okay.
it's not so annoying.
Hmm.
Um,
Now, a question I do have is, because you were saying like in one of my videos, you were like, not to. You told me the trade setup to look for it, and you said look at stochastics. And then in another video, I felt conflicted because you were like, you worrying too much about stochastics or something like that. So that's I'm kind of
because your every note that you put on there says stochastics is this. Stochastics should be the last thing you check.
okay. Well, I was just kind of showing what I saw with my feedback or whatever. So
Right. That's
kind of
fine.
following the rules that were set forth with
The main
the
thing I
trade.
want to see is that you're actually looking for that support before you're looking for anything else.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And then like at the end, if it's like, okay, well, I use stochastics as like a means of confluence, then yeah. But
Okay.
you shouldn't be looking for stochastics and then trying to find your trade.
Okay. Maybe I just wrote stochastics first, but it wasn't, I'm just maybe whatever. My notes,
Yeah, it's fun. Just I
just
mean,
trying.
take whatever appeals, is that works. You know what I'm saying? That
Hmm.
is to you, like, and use it. And then if it doesn't apply to you, then just ignore it.
Okay. Got you. Got you. Because when I had my initial call with Paul, he was like, practice He's like, I want you to get used to using the stochastics and just take every hook on stochastics to practice to get that down first.
Right.
And then
And you've done that, right?
I haven't had a chance to do that yet. No.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, I haven't had a chance to do that. So
Oh, well,
like because I work in the evening sometimes, so it's like I'm on the charts, I'm in the room with you guys all day, like live in the market, and then like today is my day to do playback to really try to nail the stochastics and all of that. So
then
I'm
do
I'm just
this.
like a baby. I'm still a baby, fresh
So do
newborn.
this. Do this. Give yourself 12 ticks. Use one
Mhm.
contract. So you have a stop, your whole strategy, I guess. Because multiple contracts makes it confusing if you don't know how to get in right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's been confusing for me too. And you were like managing the trade and all stuff, and I was like, dude, I'm just trying to get the
Right. You just want to find a trade.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out how to spell trade.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's do this then. Let's do one contract. And so your
Mm,
setup's easy, right? It's just one in the order quantity, and
mm,
then set your stop loss to 12, right?
okay.
And then um, 0 for profit, and then you should be managing it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want something in there, I mean, I can give you something like this, which is like to the extreme. Like it moves it in case you're not paying attention,
Mm-hmm.
but it's definitely not going to move it if it's like a short trade. Like you're just gonna get obliterated. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So do you want me to set this up, or you want to manage it yourself?
No, set it up, please,
Okay. So
because
then,
I just want to get used to being in playback. I want to get used to just doing what he said, getting good with the hooks on stochastics, and
so
then I
then,
can go learn the trade management because that was like all the trades you saw, like even my good trade is like, oh, you got out too early or whatever, and I was like, it was a lot to manage, and I was like, where do I put now? Where do I move it now? Where do I move it? I was trying to think about what Coach Brian was saying in the videos and stuff like that. Areas of indecision, you move it there or whatever, and I was like, well, where is the area of indecision? I don't know.
all right. So do it like this then. Profit trigger will be at 16 plus 1. So that means it'll move when it hits 16 ticks, it'll move it to 1. Now, you should be managing it. If you want to take a short profit, you should be managing it up till that point. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then stop loss on your first step is going to be 10, because it rarely is it more than 9. So then 10, 16, 1, which means every tick it's moving and then it's checking to see if it's 10 ticks behind the profit. And so at 16 ticks, if it goes to 17, it's moving it to 11. If it goes to 18, it moves it to 12. And then the next step, you good with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the next step is going to be 16.32.5, which means it's going to move back on the stop loss. Is going to give you 16 versus, see, that's going to be at 32, so that might not be helpful. Hold on, let me think about this for a sec. So 10, and then you go to 21, and then after 21. All right, so then we'll change this to 21. This seems, maybe we'll go to 24. And then we'll do this to 2. Okay, and so then at 24 profit, it's going to be at stop loss will be 16 back from that. And again, this is just to like maximize the move, like if you want shorter targets, you should be moving it up shorter.
Mm-hmm.
Because to be sure, after you hit 21, this thing's probably going to pull back if it hasn't already 16 ticks at some point in that area. And so if you don't want to you don't want to lose 16 ticks, then you might want to take your profit before it gets to this point.
Okay.
And then the next one is going to be 8. So we're going to reduce the space between you and where the price target is, because at this point it's probably going to go for like a buyer's climax, and it's probably going to start to get really thin.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to put it at 40 here. And so it'll be 8, 40, and then frequency will be, let's increase it again to 3. And so
Okay.
that should be pretty legit right there.
Okay. And that's just for taking the stochastic hooks.
Yep. Stochastic hooks, that'll give you a shot at, letting it ride and keeping your stops out of the way.
Okay.
And so we'll save that, and we'll call this staggered. Stop hooks. Okay, and then I'll save this template as one contract. There. Yeah, ignore that. Okay, so that and so I was going to show you, like, we'll just find a different zone, right? We'll just find more zones.
Okay.
But, I mean, if I scroll through here, you can see, like, it passed it here, did double dojis on top of it, so support, right? Pushed into it. Came back on the top, closing bullish right there.
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking, like, and then look at your stochastics though. See what I'm saying? Like, and this is at a high, right? Right. I'm telling you not to take trades in this area like this.
Yeah,
But
you don't do that.
the only time I would say that you would do this is when you have identified an area that is like not passable. Right? We're having a lot of issues getting past this area. Let me get this. And so if you're having consistent issues getting past a certain area, you should mark it and color it a different area so that you know that if price gets above that and finds support, this is support. This is manipulation to the low. This is breaking out back above the last previous high, putting down support again, 4 candles right there in a row, holding that high of that channel. Bullish right there. That's your trade. And then you get this move right here, And of course, we got other zones, right? So, I mean, of course, you're going to have resistance at some point, because it's
okay. I have a question about that trade. So, where did you say to take the trade at? It was like right entering the zone, right?
When it breaks so it's already broke it here, double dojis there, manipulates it to the low here, goes back and breaks the high that it just made, comes back and puts support back into this area. And then you look at the candles from this point. It broke the high that we made over here. We manipulated it low pretty deep. We're not getting back to that low, and our bodies are stopping on top of the channel.
Okay. So it's
in a flat row.
Okay. So it's going into another channel though. So do you consider that resistance or a bump?
Another zone would be resistance, but
Uh-huh.
I mean, look how far you're talking. Like it's most likely not going to do it like right there. You know what I mean? Like.
Oh, okay. It's enough to get your targets off, you're saying.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
So this would just be like a continuation move, really, is what this is. And it's the only time this move would work is, so in the grand scheme of things, like if you're down here taking the trade long, right? Double dojis there, you manipulate the low, find support slightly higher there, close bullish above that area right there. There's your faux zone that you just created off the dojis. You closed bullish back above this area. You could take that trade right there. You could take it at there, but you just proved that you're bullish right here, and that should carry you through, right? And so then you just broke over the 89, so that's also a first touch rule when you came back and touched it right there. So you resistance on this side, support on this side. So it's telling you that there's a change of character here.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I can't get by it. I dip down. I can get by it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, which is it? you know?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there's a change of character right here. And so you take that trade right there, and then you have that whole move right there. And then if, let's say you stagnate on getting in, well, there's another entry right there, you know? And then, you know, this is the first time you're getting into this zone, and you see that there's issues getting across it, but you are getting some success. And then it hits a brick wall, right? And so then you know that you need to slow down on your longs and wait to see what the story is telling you, you know? Double dojis here, support, bullish right there. You know, is it going to go? Resistance right here at the exact same area, pulls back again, probably retesting this area here. Does it hold support higher? It does hold it higher right there. Bullish close right there. Okay. Starting to get the same kind of theme right here. Almost in the exact same area, right? But how many times are you going to go? So I want to see it break it, right? It didn't break it. And now it's making highs, right? So now I know I'm short biased on this zone until it breaks the high. And I'm looking for support back in this area because that was my last area where I found support.
Okay.
And then if it breaks that, like I'm looking at the bottom here, right here in this area. And boom, there you go. And it still fails. Well, it still fails, but it's reattacking. So is it going to go? Nope, it's still failing. But it did find support here. You probably could have gotten first targets off on that. Probably could have got first targets off on that. And now you're starting to tell a story again. Okay. Fails here, fails here, fails here. This is at the same level again. This is that same trade we looked at. Fail there, exact same fail there, right? So if it doesn't break through on these first three pushes right here, if it doesn't go right there, you got to start thinking it's going to start failing, right? So 3 pushes up, 3 pushes down is kind of like what we're seeing here. 3 pushes up, 3 pushes down. Well, they're still up, but they're failing, right? So 3 successful up, 3 successful down, or unsuccessful up, let's say. And then it dumps. And so now, again, this high of this channel right here is our short zone. The high of this channel is our short zone. But I mean, like, the bottom is where you should be looking for longs, right? And support. And so if you do get that, those are 12 ticks right there. These are 12. You know, from here, it's a bigger move from down in this area right here. But still should be like you're short biased because you're cascading down, you're failing, right? You're failing here. You should be just short biased in all of this right here. And if you'd have caught that, you get a flat area twice in one area like this, like that. And then you see that like another flat area at a lower low, like a lower high right there, that guy. And then you got that doji in there, like short it. Like that's fail, right? It's a fail. It's putting 5 candles in a row or 4 candles in a row right there across the line, lower than the last one that it just did, which means it failed to get back to the high, and it failed to break this high and hold it twice. And so then this is like your fail. And so I guess I kind of look at it like this, like I have an attempt, one. I have a second attempt and it failed. All right, well, my third attempt is a fail altogether. And so like it basically double fail, right? So what happens when you have double anything? You get double the move.
Okay. So I see what you're saying, and I'm trying to wrap that around with, with the videos and everything and going with trend. So
Well,
are you
momentum's pointing down
okay?
at this point right here. Exactly.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Okay. So just looking at momentum as well, then
yeah, I mean, you can only long so much and it's not working. You know what I mean? Like you long here, it didn't work. You long here, it didn't work. If you longed here, it was even shorter than the last one. I mean, how many times are you going to try that until you realize it's going to dump, right?
Okay.
Flat wall. That's what I'm trying to tell you about this flat wall. Like you see that flat
Mhm.
wall like that, like where all the bodies are stopping at the exact same high twice,
Mhm.
right? That's like it's unpenetrable, right? And then you
Okay.
get this third wall that's lower than the other one. Well, that's all you need right there is it's unpenetrable. It's you can't pass this area. It's dumping, right? It's got to dump because it can't continue to do this because it's not going anywhere.
Mhm.
And so then it drops, right? And so at this point your momentum changes because it's not been going up this whole time. You know, what 40 some candles right here. You know, it's not been going up, and you look at it, it's up, and then it's starting to flatten out. And you get to this point right here where it's flattened out, and guess what happens? It closes below it, it wicks into it, it dumps. Doesn't
Okay.
get back to it. It's telling you a story. It's the same story that I've been trying to tell you about these zones. It's the
Yeah.
exact same story. I'm I'm above it, now I'm below it. I'm trying to get back above it, but I'm not getting above it. I'm failing. I'm trying to get back above it, and I'm not even getting back to it. Dude, I'm ultimately failing.
Mhm.
Like your line in the sand is like if you didn't get in up here, then like your line in the sand is like literally like when this ultimately fails and doesn't touch right there, close, like you got that one pullback right there, that's one tick, and it dumps.
Okay.
Because that's their line in the sand too. Like if you think about it, retail is like hopeful, hopeful, I don't know. It dumps. And then you know what I mean? Like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're like,
Been
I think I can. I think I
there.
can. I don't know. Boom.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And it tells you in the story right there. It tells you on those wicks. Like you can just look at them and see it. It's like I think I still got it right here. We're good. We're okay.
Mhm.
Well, we might be in trouble. I
Mhm.
don't know, guys. Fuck it. But the reason why it does that, like it's all pure red like that, is
Mhm.
because at this point, which is really slow, but at this point, this is where most of retail realizes that this thing can't do it anymore.
Okay.
It's sad because they should have realized it up here.
Yeah. Well, it was accumulated orders in the zone too. Like,
Right.
getting everybody to, go whatever way, which way, and then it they were like, okay, this is the real move. We'll take your
Yeah.
stops now.
Yeah. They're like, you know what? Reverse.
Mm,
And so that's I mean, and so like try to remember those stories and like just tell yourself like when you see stuff like this, like that brick wall right there, that flat area is like pivotal. And then you get a
mhm,
third one that doesn't make it back to the last previous height. That's it's done. Like there's nothing you can do in this area that'll make it go
mhm,
higher because look, they did it. They did it all, right? So the
mhm,
only thing that they can do is get past this area and try something different. And at this
mhm,
point, you're wasting time, right? Like how much
mhm,
you've put oops, from here to here, put 45 candles in this area trying. I've got to do
mhm,
something different, you know? So I come down far away from here and try. Right, where's my next 13? Right there. 8. There you go. Here's my next 40 right here. And then here's another. I bet that was it right there. They're done. They're like, you know what? Here's your next 40 right there. To the here, there. And then here. And then here.
mm,
And then where was this one starting at? I forget. Probably over here where this doji is. There. Okay. So now you're seeing like hopeful. I give up. A retry.
mhm.
Fail. You know what? Cussing. Deeper than all the other ones? Maybe. hopeful again, not getting back, failure again, disgusted. You see what happens after disgusted?
Yeah.
The last time it was this, now it's this. One more time for the people in the back,
Mm-hmm.
and
Like,
then
no, we're really long. We're going
we're
long.
really gonna go this time,
Yeah.
This looks familiar.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I've been here before. Oh no. It is holding a support right here, which is higher than this right here. Nope. Told you guys. Boom.
Got you again.
Got him again.
Wow, that's crazy because you can like I can see the manipulation now
Exactly.
with
Like
all the drawing. So
like
like yeah, they trick you when you're up in that zone. It's like, okay, let's go.
But now you
We'll
can
go
read
to a
it.
party.
See? You get that brick wall there, brick wall there. Now you're looking for a brick wall at a lower high, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right there.
Mm.
That red candle right there tells it all.
Okay.
And it happened right after the hour. And it went right across the 89. And it went back and it failed to get back to the 89.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
the stuff works. It doesn't work on every candle. It's situational. It has to be situational.
Yeah.
Right? In comparison to the other stories. Is there a flat wall that I can't get by? Yes. Right? Am I holding it twice? Yes. Am I failing to get back to it right after that? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. All right. Well, am I bullish or bearish engulfing right here? Yes. Okay. Well, then I should probably short it there. And it, maybe I don't even think it comes back to that area, but maybe you get like one tick right there of pain. But if you miss that one, then like I say, okay, well then here. Okay, well I missed that one, but I know that there's bearish engulfing right here, and that this was the story, and I'm just late seeing it. But I just need to wait for a pullback that either fails to get to it or politely touches this area, somewhere the low of this consolidation area and the low of this bearish engulfing candle right here. So basically the high of the candle and the low of the candle, right? And just looking for a wick to get back close to it. If it can't get to it, then that's my guy. Like it closes red underneath that, boom, short it. It even gapped up to give it a shot. Look, it tried. Those are the best ones. Like you can see that it literally manipulated to jump over the area to try to get it above the shorts to see if it'll go long. It just wanted to get to the 89. It couldn't even do that. And so
Okay.
it's desperate. You know what I'm saying? They're desperate to try to get back to the 89. They couldn't. So they said, you know what? Boom. And then they started gapping it this way. So that's what's beautiful about this is if you can recognize the gap right there, and then you see the other gap right after, it gapped up, it failed to go up. But it gapped up, so it wanted to go up, but it couldn't. Then to be fair, it gapped down and it dumped. So if that doesn't solidify the story for you, I don't know what would. Like it's giving you everything you need to know right there. It gapped up, it's not green, it's red. It gapped down afterwards, it's not green, it's red.
Okay. Yeah, I need more screen time to see that.
But then that's like super, like that's like way up there, right? That's like, but that's what you should be working towards. It's something like that, like seeing those little details. But
yeah.
you should only really concern yourself with that brick wall, because the brick wall tells you all. Brick wall, I can't get past this area twice. Now do I have another brick wall slightly lower? Yes. All right. Am I failing? Yes. Am I bearish engulfing? Yes. Yeah. What else do I need? Like I'm in right here. I don't even need this.
Okay.
I pull down, I pull back up, I fail again at the exact same area, the high or the low of that candle, that bearish engulfing candle. Right there. I'm failing right there. I'm short there, I'm short here, I'm short here. You know what I mean? Like, you've got everything you need to be in short right here. You're not hitting the 89 multiple times. And then boom, dumps. Like, how far does that go? I bet that goes like 40 or something close to it. Yeah, 51. That's a hell of a day right there.
Yeah.
And dude, if you can just wait for that one moment, if you can just be patient to wait for that one moment, that story to unfold and play out for you like that. You know, if you catch one of these earlier ones over here, yeah, it might not be as deep, right? But I guarantee you, I bet you get 21 ticks out of it.
Okay.
Where's that brick wall at? Right there. Brick wall, lower brick wall. And then we're looking for the bearish engulfing fail. Let me put these candles up in front here. Bring the front. Right there. There's your bearish engulfing. There. You can draw a line straight across there. You can draw a line right here. You got to pull back into that area right there. Fail again. Bearish engulfing again right there. Deep pull back right here. A pop back up into this area. Fails to even get in this area, right? Doesn't even get to that area. It's using that zone right there, and it's wicking the zone, right? And then, so maybe you're not sure, like maybe it gets back, but they also look at where your 89 is too. Let me get rid of all this mess here. I'm sorry. But that was 27 ticks right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, we ain't making this shit up. It's like real.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good 27 ticks. That's a good day too.
Yeah, just stop trading after that. You don't need nothing else.
Yeah.
You know, and I get it. You're in that explore. I need to find it. I need to find what makes sense. I need to understand. I need to trade all of it, right? I get it. But if you just stick to something that works, and hardcore wait for it, it will pay you. It will pay you.
Well, I'm still in, just trying to identify. I'm still trying to see what it is that you were saying. I'm still trying to understand and see the walls. So I think that drawing on the screen will help me, like what you're doing, because I can, draw it faster than trying to pull up the little ninja.
Don't even worry about like the wicks. Look at the bodies. When you see all the bodies stopping at it at the exact same high, that's a wall, right? Because it doesn't make money if it doesn't just sit still, right? So sitting still and going sideways is the absolute last thing it wants to do. It's like kryptonite. Like it does nothing for it. You know, it can't sustain going sideways. You know, and so it has to make a move. Once it goes sideways for so long, it has to make a move away from it in order to get past it, right? And so it might be bullish here, but it's failing. It sucks, right? It just sucks. And so it needs to come down where it can get like some more attaboys to get enough courage to come up and actually break this area, right? And so just look for your bodies to stop at the exact same row. You see like 3 or 4 candles in a row like that, you know, even if you just get 2 candles and then like 2 wicks right after, you know, 2 candles that stop at the exact same row and then 2 wicks that stop, that's even more failure, you know, and the bodies are down here, right?
Okay.
That's even more failure because it can't get back to it can't even put the body up there anymore. And so then now you're looking for, so one area I'm waiting, right? 2 areas, okay, now I'm starting to drool. 3 areas right here, I know it's going to be really close to the other one. It's going to be slightly under it, right? So I'm looking within, and again, I want the same story. Like I don't want it to be like I don't want it to be a 2 candle story. I want it to be the same story as the other one. So like I've got, like even this wick breaks this high right here, but look where the body stops. Lower than the zone, right? Right here.
Okay.
And then, so like just because it breaks it, but the body stops lower than the zone. Look at this candle, the wick goes right to the zone. And then now I see these 2 candles right here stopping right at the zone. And then I have those 2 wicks right there stopping at the exact same high. And the bodies are back down 1 tick. right? So I've got a story of at least 4 candles there, right there. 5 if you count that doji of that's telling me that there's a brick wall there. So then over here, I'm looking for the exact same thing. I draw my line going across, right? I draw my channel. And then I'm waiting to see, okay, well, do I have the same story building over here? 1, 2, 3. Even with the wick there going above it, the body still stops. 4. And now I've got 2 wicks here. 5, 6. I've got an extra candle here. Even more of a story right here. You starting to see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And then right here, now I know that within like a really short distance from this high, they're going to try to do another attempt to go to do another story. They're going to tell me another story, but it's going to just fail and it's going to be slightly lower, right? And so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm not anything. I would take 4 right here, but I'm not anything short of what the other ones were. If not, I'm the same really as this guy over here and 1 less than that guy there. So I've got 3 stories tell me the exact same thing, but progressively getting lower now. I'm short. And all I need is a candle that's bearish engulfing to my green candle. I can either take this double red candle right here to this green one right here, or I can just wait for that little red or green indecision there and that bearish engulfing right next to it, which is a better story. I take the high and low of that. I get a wick into it. Boom, I can short that as well. So I can short it here. I can short it here. I see this. It starts to create a brick wall right there. It creates another brick wall at the exact same area. Let me take her out. Okay. Starting to create the exact same story at the exact same high right there. So now I know I'm having a repeat of this guy right here. And there's my wicks all in a row right there. Bearish engulfing right there. Boom. That's my short. That's my guy. Okay. Well, I want to pull back. Maybe I missed that. Here's a pullback. Doesn't pass the high there. That's my guy. Okay. Dips down lower right there. Comes back up. There. That's my guy. Goes up right there. You feel a little bit of heat on that guy right there, but all the other ones fall under short of it and dumps again. And it dumps even harder.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I need to
like that is like the ultimate move right there. And it's probably the easiest one to find. Just look for the brick walls. And that's a short, right? So if you're looking for longs, then on longs, you're just looking for, it's never like piling down because it's not like trying to go down unless it's a distribution day, right? But this is like basically an uptrend day, right? And so we're just finding shorts in an uptrend day, but we're getting paid for them because we're waiting for the ultimate fail, because we're waiting for that brick wall to hit twice and then a third time it proves that it's failing, right? And then we're getting paid 27 ticks on this one, 54 or something like that on the other one. So double, literally it's double, right? 27 times 2 is 54.
Okay.
And so what did I say about failures that come in 2?
Double the move.
That's right. So look, it's compounding. Yeah, it is. Same area, failed twice, 54. And on a smaller time frame, a larger time frame, all this price action, all this stuff would just be the same as a channel and price action failing to get past an area to get back to that channel twice, and then it dumps twice. So on a larger time frame, it would be the exact same thing as that. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
And so that's why it does that. So I mean, it's like if you see one, so like if you look at your prior price action, you see that brick wall and you missed that move, but you see that it dumped down, mark that area, and then going forward, like you see that price action is having a hard time breaking it again after it already dipped down to like go through it. So like here's your area, right here. It dumps Where's this other one at? Is there one right here somewhere? It was this guy right here. Yeah, I think it was this guy right here. There's your story. There's push down, and then it's failing to hold a high up here again. It's coming down, cascading again. And then you come back to it and you get your brick wall. Well, you knew the last time it did 27. So if it fails again right here while piling up against it, you're probably going to get 54 out of that.
Okay.
Now,
yeah, that's
long,
what I want to get good at, making my own zones and levels and things like that. I will get good at that. I should
just
say.
look for your brick wall. You find a brick wall, that's a zone.
Okay.
Yeah, brick wall, that's a zone, top and bottom of it. Take the top of the wicks, take the top of the bottom of the candles where all the bodies stop, in a straight row where all the wicks and bodies are stopping, and then make that your zone. Boom, done. That's indecision. It's sideways. Now, this move down here, you have longs. Once you come down in this area and you're like, you make a 54 tick drop and your day's supposed to be a long day. You know what I mean? Like you got some longs coming, like for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You got a 21 tick drop. You're gonna have some longs, maybe just another 20 tick run up or whatever. But still, that's a pretty good long. But you get a 54 in there, then you got a long coming. You're due one. So you're just looking for support, and so it's just the same thing. Like this is not as nice as a brick wall to find, but you still look for an area where your swings are being hit twice, right, and not being broken. Like this.
Yeah, that's what you showed me before, and it's patience for it to come back to that area, for me at least, because I see like the curve, the little curve that it makes where the retest. Patience for me, it would be patience waiting on the retest and understanding that it's going to come back to retest and then launch.
Right, but I mean, like you gotta get it in your head, like I don't have to make a trade today.
Yeah.
How about that? You know what I mean? Like
it's just that I want to.
You want to learn.
I want to. Yeah, I want to learn. I want to practice, and I want to get good at it. But so I feel like I have to take the trades in order to know.
Because you're creating bad habits by making yourself feel that way. So what you should do is say, I don't have to take a trade today. There's gonna be a trade that's gonna set up. It's impossible for not to have a trade set up. It's gonna set up. So you just have to be patient long enough for it to set up.
Okay.
And so you just sit on your hands and wait until it actually sets up. And so like when you see something hit like the same area twice, after like a big push down, remember the push down is key. Like it's everything. Like if it's just going up, up and up and up, then I mean, like, at what point do you stop believing it's going to go up anymore?
Okay, so now question, because because of what you told me. So with that second, okay, so it went down, cauterized, came back, tested, went up, tested, went up a little bit, retested. I thought that you said not to take trades from that area. That was too high. Yeah.
This guy right here?
Yeah.
No, so when you cauterize the bleeding here,
yeah,
if it pulls up like immediately after this cauterizing,
yeah,
this because basically you want this move right here, but it's probably too fast for you to get in, right?
Right.
Like you probably don't even see it until it's after the fact, and so and that's okay because this right here is telling you that there is massive support right here, right? But 9 times out of 10, if this is like it's a healthy trade, it's going to support itself higher up than the low. It's going to save this for later. And so if you get this type of reaction right when you hit an area like that, you're most likely not coming back to this area. So if you didn't get in this trade down here, you're better off waiting for it to find support at a higher area because it's telling you it's bullish. If it's holding a level higher than where it cauterized the bleeding at. Because it's saying, okay, well, this is too good of an area to just sit here and use it. I'm going to save this for later, and I'm going to see if I can find a bullish area in this area up here that I can build support off of and try to break out with. And if I'm having problems like in that other one where I got 6 fails, 3 successes, 3 fails, you know, and it starts bending down like this, that it can bring it down into this area and use it to go up. And so I guess the difference is this. You need to think about it like this. They're playing chess, and they're at like a master level, like godly. You know what I mean? Like we're
God
like
level. Yes.
yeah, we're like nothing. You know what I mean? We're ants, and they're on a godly level, and so they know that they could probably get away with supporting this, but they also know that if it does fail, that they've already got it set up because of this to come back and use this to launch it to go up as a fail-safe. So they're planning like 3, 4, 5, 12, 15 steps ahead. You know, they're months ahead. Their whole plan is like months ahead.
Yes.
And so this is just like minor contingencies that are like, oh, I got something for that. You know, like I've already got something built into this for that, you know, and I'm not worried about it.
Okay. My
So
mouse.
what we're doing is we're just trying to identify that there is cauterizing to the bleeding and that there is support built on a higher high. And so this is perfectly fine to take trades out of right here because it's the first area of opportunity after this bullish cauterizing, this bullish run after the cauterizing. It's not like this came up here and started building support here and then ran up and then started building support and then ran up and then started building like this. You know what I'm saying? This is not like the third or fourth stop. This is like literally the second stop. I stopped here, I ran up, I'm building support here. This is my first stop. And so this is still this basically.
Okay, so question. So for me, then I would start to see that wall, but momentum is still down, but it's turning.
Yeah. So your support area, momentum is flat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so that's what you want. You want your support area to be like the how like the turning point of your momentum, because this is what's causing it to turn. You want it to be the cause of the turn. You don't want it to be the cause of the downfall.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like your momentum is like this, and then it turns and goes down instead. So kind of think of this as like the train station or the bus station where like it's basically setting off to go north here, not south, because it's taking a kind of like a detour south here, and then you see it, you know, price action's underneath here, right? So I guess this is coming down right here like this, and then it hits the station and it starts to go up. Price action's underneath right here, but it hits the station and now it's going up. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a turning point. That makes sense. And so another way to look at it is like this. Price action is expanding right here, right? It's big price action, right? The bounces are big. Do you see it? Okay.
Yes, I see it.
Okay. So price action is big here. But then you have this bounce here, and then price action is what? Super small right here. Right?
Okay.
And so that's your first clue that there's a change in character. Something's happening right here. Right? I'm turning sellers into buyers right here because my price action went from being big to really tight and small. And then boom, it breaks out of this area and it starts to get big again. Right? Because if it was small, it would have stayed, it would only be moving like what, 3 points, and turning back down, 3 points, turning back down. It'd be like this, trying to go up. But it's not. It's like straight path up. And so it's expanding. And so that's kind of like what you look for is when your momentum is down, right? And you're supposed to be in an uptrend, and then it hits the area and it's cauterized the bleeding and it bounces up and it starts to find support in an area that's higher than where it bounced off of. Price action gets really tight because it's turning sellers into buyers, right? It's converting them. And then it releases all that energy that was coiled up in this area to the upside and not to the downside. And so then your momentum is gradually changing right here because of that. And so as long as you're contracting and housing your momentum in a flat area like this, then as it breaks out, breaks this high, it's going to release all that energy to the upside. And that's what makes this move so big.
So is that kind of what they say is like a bull flag?
Yeah, there you go.
Thing?
Just like that. And so you're getting double this move.
Okay.
And so you can measure a bull flag from the bottom to the top of where you start to go sideways. And so like you draw a line from the bottom to the top. You click on the line, you drag it up, and then you put it at the low of your move, the lowest point of your flag. And then that's where your target should be, is you should be getting it up there like that. But in this situation, you're getting double that. So you get it here. There you go. And so it falls short right here, but it just consolidates. It gives you another bull flag and then ends up hitting it. And so then you're looking at getting from here to here. Oops. There to there. I'm just grabbing stuff. And then you take it from the low, and then that's where your next target is. And if it doesn't get there, then you start looking at shorts again. Because then you hit a wall, right? And so then you start identifying where your wall is. There's a fail to go back up and stay up there. There's another fail right there. Does find support there and takes off and does actually break through. So it would have got it right there. I don't know if you really got a concise wall here anyways, though, but I guess you would have to say like this is your touches here and that's your wall. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you're looking for your lower low. And you kind of get it like right there, but look what happened is different, I guess. Is your doji here, or it's failing to go low, and you get a bullish engulfing instead. So that one's kind of harder to read, but you probably wouldn't trade that anyways because it's like at such a high here. And it's failing. You know what I mean? You're failing right here. So your move is back down here because this would be like trading on like the 3rd, 4th, and 5th station, right? Like we don't want that. We want this guy here that's failed 54 ticks down, 27 ticks down. That's where you want your long at. You want your long down here, this area. You want shorts up there, that area up there. But you want that clear story, Like this guy right here. I like this one the best. All right, let's go back further. All right. get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. Let's clear all that. I know what is this. What is that? Channel. Get rid of that. All right, so here. Brick wall.
Okay.
And we got dojis here. Dojis down here. There's another set of dojis there. So we can do like a zone there. Put a zone here. Put a zone there. And maybe we just shorten this one up a little bit. To like, where does all of it stop? Like you got dojis going across in a line there with the wicks holding it right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll do this area down here where it cauterizes it. Because that's important. Where our brick walls right here. So we want to make this a different color. All right, so now it succeeds to go over right here. Doesn't give you that brick wall anymore. It actually gives you a lot of support right here. And then it takes off and goes along there. So we're really wanting a pullback or a or brick wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of hit a brick wall right there. And you just wicked into it right there. There's another one right there. There's 3 in a row. And getting shorter, like, and having to go deeper. So, you know, you can take in bullish engulfing or bearish engulfing right there. So we're looking for a pullback into this area that doesn't get to the zone or fails to break for the high for like one more time. Dumps really hard. I mean, technically, you probably should have taken that guy right there, but we'll just wait and see. There, that guy, that one.
So you would take a short there?
Yeah, that was your guy because we were waiting for it to come back to it, right? That was the first time it came back.
Okay, so this is something, the momentum is up though.
But you got this brick wall here that you made, right?
Okay. I see.
You know what I mean? Like it's a brick wall. It's there for a reason. And so it's like, you know, if you can't prove to me that you can get over this, I'm shorting that thing.
Okay.
And so I just needed a polite touch to that zone because all these other ones manipulated it, right? They all went right to the top each time.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I didn't catch this bearish engulfing right there, you know, 3 times right there. And then, I mean, yeah, I got doji here, and then there's a polite one right there. I could have taken that short there. Or I wait for it to come back. And so if I'm waiting for it to come back, then this is the only time it's came back, and it failed to do it again. And then it put another doji right next to it. And then I got bearish engulfing right after that. I could short that right there. I only get like 1 tick back on it. And it still probably would have been 17 ticks.
Okay.
And I'm looking to this other zone that is created right here, which was our first brick wall. And, you know, and so I'm on top of it, so I'm most likely going to have support where the other brick wall was, right? Because that's what it bounced out of it before. So most likely it'll probably bounce out of it again the first time it comes back to it. And so it goes, it's staggering on top of it right there. And so I'm looking, like I said, I'm looking to take my profit probably right there because it's probably not going to make it. And so then now you've got support right here, like pretty hardcore, like 3 touches, 4 touches there. And then it fails right there again. And so if it could do a breakout trade right there and you could short it, that's probably what, 12 ticks? 16 ticks right there. You know, so you don't even have to be acute on this stuff up here. Like, you know, you can just totally miss all this and see it break through, knowing that this was a brick wall on a move back here, and this was a brick wall that's pretty hardcore up here recently, and I'm failing and falling out of it. I'm not getting back to the high here. I'm building a case that I can't get back up here. I failed. I drop in a break below the zone right here, or the low of this, you know, area into the zone. I'm bearish engulfing. You know, so there's 16 ticks right there, and that's getting in late. Here's another one that's attaching to it right there. There's a brick wall I just created. And now it makes it a little bit higher. There's a brick wall that's making progress, but like there's a wick right into the top of this area where I have this doji where I took my trade last time. So what's that telling you? I'm failing to get past this area again. And you got the 89 right there. I got one tick into it. I'm closing right here, maybe equal to that candle. So not maybe bullish engulf or bearish engulfing, but like I wait for a pullback. The pullback doesn't get back to the 89 and doesn't pass the last previous wick there, or get back to the last previous high, and it's hanging on to the bottom of that zone. That's bearish, right? Another trade right there. Maybe it doesn't go as deep. Let's see. It takes you right back to the same low right there. 12 ticks. But see, now you're starting to see something like you're starting to see like my moves are getting shorter. Look at them. 24, 16 by factors of 4. 12. See what I'm saying? So like it's starting to run out of steam. It's starting to catch. I'm holding support at the exact same low. I might see a change in direction here, or I might see another pullback that manipulates this area, you know, right here that's not being tapped yet, and it explode upwards. I might. So I need to be prepared for that, but I need to understand that my down pushes are getting shorter by factors of 4. So I lost 12, 8 ticks here, and I've lost 4 ticks here. There's a dip right there. Manipulated the low deeper than the last previous one right there. I'm finding support back on top of this area right there. Right? I bounced, I made this little like a kind of like dome thing right here. And found support right there. Right? And we pushed into this area. We've been pushing into this area. I'm anticipating this manipulation right here. It's probably bullish right there. It could be, it might fail, but you know, if I'm going to be bullish anywhere out of all this, it's probably going to be right here. Boom, 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 boom. But see, ultimately it still fails right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, so again, just because it's starting to make progress doesn't mean you just give up on this being bearish. Like this is legit, like hardcore bearish, like this area right here. It sucks. So, struggling right here. And so you still hold on to that bias, but that doesn't prevent you from taking that trade down here when it sets up like that. I mean, it did everything I said it was going to do right there.
Yeah.
So it's no surprise, you know, and if it's doing what I'm thinking it's going to do, then I should probably take that trade right there because it's holding support at a higher high. It just manipulated this low that hadn't been manipulated before. It's been pushing into this. My thrust down is getting shorter. That's why coffee in right there. That's a type of trading. My down thrusts are getting shorter, which means that my bias is changing. Right. Now I'm getting into an area where there most likely is more support, you know, and bullish than there is bearish. And so then I'm probably reaccumulating this rounded like explosion up and then push down hard right there. This is absorption. That's an absorption move.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like I find support, right? Identify support, tapped it twice. I push up, I push down hard to hit an area that hasn't been tapped yet to
That was
spike
to get the last little hopeful people short.
Right. So here, let me tell you the story.
Because I've been watching it. I've been watching. Okay, we're going down. Okay, kind of waiting. We're going down. We're going down. Okay, I'm gonna get in now, and then boom,
Boom.
reverse.
So you get excited when you see this stuff like this because it's like, let me tell you the story. All right. So we've been bleeding, right? And then we found an area of support, but it's like real casual, like it's hard to see, but it's there, right? So I just framed my channel for the low end of my support. I bounce out of this area. Now look at all my other green candles in this area, right? Now here, there's an explosion up right here, but that just proves that there's a good area of support here, right? I failed to get past the high here, so I have to bring it back into this area. I didn't manipulate this area, I just held the same structure. I explode upwards again, but ultimately I failed to get past that high right there. All right, well now the next thing to do is, because it's a test, right? It's a test, and I did pass this low right here, which is what makes the test successful, is I'm letting go of weak hands of people who are taking short profits here. Because I mean, it's a legit like area to take trades, right? Or like 13 ticks. So I mean, you get 8 ticks right here, easy. All right. And so I let all the people who have weak hands let go of their, or let go of their shares and take that easy 8 tick profit right there. Good for them, because they probably lost a lot of money over here, and so they're still probably negative. And then I'm gonna have FOMO kick in right here, but I'm gonna slam it into the dirt right here, right? So I've got a lot of buyers buying right here, and a lot of sellers selling right here, right? And so I've got all of it right here. And I drive it right past the support area where all these bulls got in that are still holding, and they break their stop losses, right? And then I'm getting all the free shares of all the bears that are taking profit in this area, and they're going right into the queue. Well, at this point, I've got higher time frames, and your 15-minute traders and all your bulls that are still waiting in this lower low right here that hadn't been tapped yet, and they're all sitting in queue. Either they have shares or sitting in queue waiting for shares, right? Because I've basically absorbed all the shares in this area by going sideways right here. And this higher expansion to the high and low there is just grabbing more shares, breaking stop losses, putting them in hands of stronger buyers, bulls that have stronger hands that want to go higher, right? And that's all I'm doing, is I'm just constantly taking and putting it in the hands of people who want to go longer. And then I'm slamming it into this area, tapping into this spot right here, breaking all the stop losses, flooding the queue with shares, which is what ignites absorption. And so absorption is when I've got people waiting in queue to buy orders, but it's also when I've got more people waiting to buy orders than I do our shares to give. And so that's what spikes demand. And when demand spikes, that's what causes price action to lift off this low like this at a more aggressive rate. And so it takes less orders coming in to continue to go up than it does to go down. Because I've offset, because demand, if demand is spiking, then I need less shares to continue to go up and more shares to go down. Does that make sense?
Okay, you said if demand is spiking, yeah, you need less shares to go up than go down. Okay.
Right. So let's just say arbitrarily 2 to 1. I need 2 shorts in order to equal one long, which means that longs are super strong. And so for every order I get in that's long, it's just taking off because there's all the shares are already, they're in other people's hands.
Okay, yeah, because everybody was getting short. They were like, they manipulated them to go short.
Broke all their shares, broke all their stop losses, and dumped all those shares into buyers' hands.
Yeah.
That are sitting here waiting.
Yeah. Okay.
That spikes the demand, and so now demand's 2 to 1, and so that means I need twice as many shorts in order to get this to drop, which is probably not going to happen in this area because we're bull heavy right here. And so now we're offsetting the amount of orders coming in to the long side. We're 2 to 1. let's say just arbitrarily throwing a number out there, 2 to 1 to the long side. And
Mhm.
so we would have to double the amount of bears in this area, to offset what's going on right here. And it's not going to happen because it's bull heavy.
Mhm.
And we've been dragging all the bears down into this area down here this whole time. And so they're down here, that's where they're heavy. We're bull heavy right here. And so that's why it goes up like that. But let's see how big this move was. So bullish engulfing right here. Let's say you waited for it to cross that green candle right there. And then let's say you got out here, that's 17 ticks. Let's say you're a good girl and you stayed in it a little bit longer. You only got 2 more ticks, and not really worth the wait. And then it ultimately fails, right? So
Mhm.
I'm like, yeah, I would probably take my profit right here somewhere. And gotten like 15 ticks or 16 ticks out of that, or something close to 12 or higher. And then so then you ultimately fail right here, which is really the trade that you should be looking for. Like, yeah, we're our momentum's up or slightly going up right here. It's kind of still flat, but still trying to go up right there. And we are in a up day. But look, like here's our magic area where there's like a brick wall like every time it comes up here. And yeah,
Yeah.
it does make it over it, but look at those double dojis right there. Right? That double doji ain't for support, I'll tell you right now, because it's going down. You see
Okay.
what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
it's failing.
Mhm. Yeah, that trade going up would have been painful for me. I could just look at that. I would be like looking at every candle and be like, "Oh my god."
And that's why I'm showing you the other side. The other side is easier if you identify
Yeah.
where the zone is.
Yeah.
You find that brick wall. How many times are you going to smack your face against the brick wall before you decide, you know what? Like a lot easier going down right here.
Mhm.
Because I mean, if you took that just off the first leg right there, that's 25 points or 6. If you took it to down there, that's 44 right there. That's it. That's my trade. I'm done for the day. 'Cause I
Mhm.
told you my 2 areas are 21 and 40.
Mm.
We're crushing them right there because we're waiting for that brick wall.
Okay.
Now, I
Okay,
will say
yeah.
that,
And you had momentum going on your side and stochastics. Sorry, I had to say
yeah, no,
that.
you're good. Yeah,
So you
it
had,
was.
everything in your favor.
And so, like, yeah, and this brick wall is a little bit different because now what makes this brick wall special here is because we've already had it marked as a brick wall, that it was a fail area, right? And so it
Mhm.
makes it easier to see it because we had it marked. But let's say you just find this for the first time. This brick wall is different because you only have, well, you do have 5 bodies right here stopping in a row right there. You
Mhm.
have these 2 candles, this red and this green right here. If you subtract them from each other right there, it's like advanced candlestick math right here, but if you subtract them from where the red stops to the green right there, it just leaves a wick right there on both sides. Am I right?
Mm.
And so if that leaves a wick there from here to here, and I got a doji right there, then I've got 3 dojis basically right there.
Mm.
And if I take that away from these candles right here, right, then I've got nothing but wicks in this area at this area right here. And so wicks, there's no body stopping past this area where these other candles are right here, right? I can hit it right there. And so if I got a brick wall here and I got a lower brick wall here, and yeah, this one kind of goes up right here and it succeeds to go up, but look, it can't sustain it. And that's what the next important thing is yeah, just because you break an area, it doesn't mean that's why I don't like breakout trades really. Is because you can't really go off of that. You got to find support after you break out an area, right? And it does come down and put support on top of it. But the next candle fails to go up. How do you know it failed? Because it's a doji.
Okay.
So the story is, okay, look, if I'm a hero, right? If I'm like the superstar and I'm in a movie, and for me to be successful in this as the superstar, like I'm saving somebody, right? Okay, I break out of this area, I find support on the area, and then I launch out like Superman, and I make higher highs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if I go candle by candle on this, I broke out of the area, I find support on the area, and then I failed, and then I failed, and then I failed really hard, and then I couldn't even get back to the top of the wall, and then I fail again, even harder. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so that's this brick wall is slightly different, but it's the same story. It's just it's structured different because it's there to confuse you, to make you think that it's successful, but it's not, because it's still not able to stay up here. This tells the story right here. That guy right there. If you don't get a bullish engulfing candle right here with a test, to pull back and then closes green again,
Mm-hmm.
it's not successful. If you get a bearish engulfing candle here and you get that test back and then it fails again, that's your guy.
Now, for that trade, where would you have gotten in at?
I mean, you can get in when it does this bearish engulfing right there.
Okay. And the stop is
Right behind the
above.
last wick.
Okay.
So you can get in, you can do it right behind here because that's really where it should be.
Okay, the swing. That's
Yeah.
that was my question. Should be okay.
And so that's 10 ticks. If you're doing one contract, I mean, that's nothing.
Okay. Mm.
I like 8 or less. I like 6 really, but I'm starting to think like if I'm really trying to set up for these moves the right way, then it really needs to be like probably closer to 10 or 12. But if I'm really waiting for that story to play out, then the chances of me being right are really high.
Mm.
And so then I'm not really feeling that kind of pain. But yeah, that bearish engulfing there, I mean, I technically probably want to be like one tick above this red candle there, which would still make me safe here, but that might get you in trouble in some trades. And so being above that last swing by one tick is probably best. And then that's I mean, like I said, it's a 44 tick dump right there, and then it goes down even more right there.
Now, how would you have managed that trade?
I would take my stops and see. I got to take my dog for a walk, and I'll be right back after this. But let me just explain this to you. So I would manage my stops like this. I'd move it back to here when this closed down here, and then I'd probably move to one tick behind this guy right here. When this closed down here, and then the pullback there is when it came back and closed below it again, then I'd probably move it to behind this wick when it got to here, and then to here, I guess there. Well, I guess when it closes past that guy there, so there. And so it'd be like here, then I would be like here. And then as it gets into this area here, and it does this, I'm probably looking at like this guy right here. And then, oops, grab this. And then it gets to here and it starts to, like, it closes here and leaves that wick like that. I'm probably thinking something like this, honestly. I should still be like up here thinking like maybe this guy like in between, because he really didn't go that far down. And so that would be equal to that. And then as it's coming back, I'm not moving at all, really, And as it's coming back down here and it doesn't pass that low and it starts to come back again, now I'm starting to think like maybe I should get really tight. But at this point, like, it's too late because it's already pulling back and I probably hadn't figured out where I want to put it, right? And so I'll probably just stay still right here. And had I moved it down to here, it had already been stopped out right there. And so it's kind of like a tussle because like you want to move it, especially when it fails to go back up, like right here, it fails.
Yeah.
Like at that point, I'm probably thinking like maybe I just put it right there then, And then when it comes back, it stops me out right here. Which is still better than waiting for it to come all the way back and get you, right? If you're below this guy right here. And so when it comes up like that, if you're able to stay back here, which I don't know how you would, because he gave you a green candle here, and then it went down here, and then it reversed and didn't come back to this point here. I mean, I'm like all in right there.
Yeah.
But if you could have survived, then it would pull back and it would do these wicks right here, and it would close back red right there. I'd be right behind that guy right there.
Okay.
I'd be right behind that wick right there. But I ain't messing around. I'd be right behind that guy. And I might have been right behind this guy right here when it went back like this, but it didn't close green or red right here though. And so I might have been able to hold off and wait there. But if it printed red there, then yeah, I'd be right behind that guy. And then it would come down to here and break this low for the first time. Dude, I'd be so aggressive. I'd be like right there. Like, if it comes back, it's going to get me. There's no way I'm staying in a second or third time. You know what I mean? Like, if I was able to survive that. But I mean, and then you're fighting for like what? You know what I mean? Like, let's say this: you're fighting for 6 ticks, and you spent. I mean, it's only like 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. Like, it's not that big of a deal. But still, that's like a lot of pain for most people. 6 ticks ain't worth it. I'd take my 38 ticks and be good.
Yeah.
Be so happy at 38. Honestly, my target's 40, to be honest with you. So like, if as soon as it hits 40, dude, like I'm like, I don't care what you say. You know what I mean? If that thing closes lower than 40, dude, because I've got statistics that say it's like 40 is the move. Like it's it's it. Like if it goes higher than that, then it's a bonus, right? So it comes down to 40, wherever that is. I think I found it somewhere in here, right there, and then that candle closed red right there with that wick on it, boy. I'd be like all over that right there. I'd be all in on 40. I might even be 41 because 41's really my number. I think I'd be like right there. And then it'd come back and stop me out. And that's how you would maximize that move, because it's like it's rare that you would get more than that without a decent pullback. And then you're just wasting that's hundreds of dollars, right? Like
yeah, that is.
It's like 3 contracts, that's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
So my numbers tell me excuse me, I got some itch in my nose. 21 and 40. 21 40, 21 to 41. Take those all day long. And then if it gives you more, then great. If it doesn't, then you know what? Who cares?
Okay.
And I mean, dude, you don't even need that much in order to make a living. Like I said, you can make a living off of 8 ticks. You can make a living off of 4. It's just a matter of just being patient and waiting for that proper setup. I got to take my dog for a walk. Are you going to be here when I come back? Or are you good?
We can stop if you want. It's up to you.
I don't care.
Okay, I'll be here. I'll wait for you. I mean, yeah, I got to do something anyway. Okay.
All right. All right. Kind of back, but I'm going to be stuffing my face here for a second. Okay, I'm back. No, I can't. Try disconnecting and reconnecting. You might have muted your mic.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Loud and clear? Testing,
Oh yeah.
testing.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool.
So here's something interesting. Oops, I keep changing this over here. All right, so back to this. This push down, and it bounces, and it comes deeper and creates this low, and then it tries to support itself up here, but it's unable to find like a same area to find support on. It just keeps falling deeper and deeper.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know that in this area here, this is the reaction we get out of it, right?
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So just like the other one, even though it's not set up the exact same way, there's still a fail to get to this zone, to pass this zone. So fail here, there's fail here, and then there's 3 smaller ones down here that fail to even get back to that level. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you can call that 3 somewhat successful, not successful, to 3 not successful at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically a level, different level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lower level of resistance here found.
And so we know that it's the same setup then as when it comes back. This hasn't been manipulated yet, this low. And if we get manipulation here, most likely going to get, if it stays within the same area, not like 20 ticks that way, but like within the same area as this low, but just manipulates it, then we're probably going to get the same remove out of it. And since we're so low, even if it does have resistance at this area, it doesn't matter because, our move is the same as this move right here. And it's going to the high of that move. So, and it's starting lower. So most likely probably won't get there, but it'll still be about the same move. And so if you measure it, it's 26 there. It's 22 there. And then this wick right here gives you an extra 4 to get up to that same area. If you want to wait that long, but I'm good with the 21. Remember what I told you? I'll take that 21. And then sit out and wait for another trade. If it starts to do all that mess right there, I'll take that 21, wait for the next move. And so it fails at the exact same high as this one did over here. It starts to push down. And so you probably could have shorted it there. And it cascades down right there. Probably double. So what is that?
So
there's your 40.
I
think we're
okay, so because momentum was down, shouldn't we be looking for shorts? I get the wall.
Yeah, it's just another.
I'm just trying to understand.
We're going to get this move. So rules are there for you to to kind of stay in line with trying to find the right trade. But we've already identified, like we're deep in this thing, like right here, right? Like we've already made our moves, right? But like let's just say we're trying to find other moves based on the information we already know. Based on that, this is a fail area. This was the area that cauterized the bleeding down here, just manipulated it right there. Now it's bouncing and trying to find support, and it fails right here. And it manipulated this low after failing, 3 times there, 6 times there. So we know that once it manipulates that low and gets back into this area, as long as it finds support somewhere relative to this area, we're probably going to get the same move out of it. And we did. It's right there.
Okay.
So it's just another way of finding another move, even though it's against this, like staying in line with momentum and trend and, and all that, and is there to help you find trades. But what we're talking about is something we've already found trades. Now we're looking for other trades spawning off of those trades. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like we're like 40, 20 deep in ticks over there. We're tick heavy, Now we're just looking for, and you should be done for the day. But like, let's just say like maybe you identified. Let's say you started the day here, and you scroll back and look at all this mess over here, and identify what's going on over there, and say, well, based on all that mess, then, if nothing else, I know that once I bleed into an area and I cauterize it, that if I attempt to break it and I fail to break that high, that the first time I manipulate this area, I'm probably going to get the exact same reaction as this, as long as it's relative to the same spot. And so it's just another trade setup for you.
Got you.
Last case, like, like hey, I'm desperate for a trade. I need to find one. Well, Scott said this and this panned out last time, and it just manipulated it for the first time, and it's bullish come out of it. It's probably going to give me this move.
Okay. So I wouldn't want to take that second pullback. I would want to wait till it came back down to that first area.
Yeah, like if it's not finding support right here, like, are you talking about this guy?
No. The other, go to the right. Back.
Give me a time.
Left. 1329.
Okay, here.
Yeah, that.
Well, you don't have multiple levels of support there. You only have 2 wicks.
Mm-hmm.
You need like this and then another set here.
Okay. The other one though, that's only 2 wicks too, right?
Where?
Am I saying that right?
Where at?
At 1325.
Yeah, but you're not taking that trade.
No, but I'm just talking about trying to identify support.
The support is not. It's like a step. It's not support.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like
Okay.
support is flat.
Okay. Okay.
And this is a step. So this is
Okay.
finding a level above where you cauterized it, and now I need support. And so that's this, and then I need another one here, but it failed, and then it failed, and then it failed, and then it blew through the bottom there. And so in this situation, it's easier to take that trade knowing that you're probably going to get that back out of it, or you wait for it to fail up here and you take that short back out of it because it failed 3 times earlier right there to the exact same place. And it's creating a brick wall, and it puts that nice little wick into it, and there's no other candles above that area. And it dumps, and you get your other 40.
Okay.
So you got your 21 here, you got your 40 here. So if you're looking for the combo, that's it.
Okay.
And then you get support right here for the first time, but you don't have anything. Down here, so you kind of have to wait. Like you can't just take it off of that. I mean, maybe it cauterized bleeding, but then there's no proof that this is going to respond bullish right here because it's muted right there. And if I'm trying to take it based off of this reaction, then I'm getting like 2 ticks and I'm done. Like, so, but it did find support on top of itself, so that's a step, right? And now a level, and now we're just looking for a support, which is probably that's still higher than this one here, but I mean it's consecutively making higher highs. And support higher as long as it doesn't manipulate to the low side in this area, like this stage of the area game or whatever. And you can say, well, the bodies of these candles here and the wicks right there, that's support. And yeah, you got a little bit of manipulation right there, but I mean that's support right there. You can take that as support. It wicks over here on this side, and it's not breaking it on this side. If it's breaking it on this side, then it's probably weakness, and it's probably going to dump after it tries to go up.
Okay.
So you can take this as support because it's not breaking the low over here on the right. And then you can look for it to be, it can come back and find like support again, like right there. Goes bullish to the 89. You can take that trade there. I don't know. It's without getting proper like support down here, or once you get like 3 of these in a row, then you got to start looking closer and seeing like, okay, well, what do we got here that's kind of support that's not breaking it, right? Absolute breaking is going below it on the right side, but if you're not going below it on the right side, then it's kind of holding support at a higher level, which is the same thing as this right here. But you need to marry it to something to the left, and that's going to be this guy right here. And then you have your trade going up from there. But I mean, I feel like at this point though, like, I mean, unless you started trading here for the day, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this doesn't really matter because you had some badass trades over here. Like,
Well, I mean, maybe you made some mistakes in the morning and came back after lunch, with Liberty. It's like, I need some ticks now.
But you're still like, you still got this area where it's like, it's not been able to pass these areas forever, right?
Yeah.
And so technically you probably would mark this a different color because you failed to go past it like 4 times. So just looking for longs is what I'm saying, going into the day without like it setting up the right way, like this, not exploding out of this area, doesn't really give me like the warm and fuzzy that this is going to continue to go up. And then I've got this area here that's been unpassable like 6 times in a row. And you get back to it and you get that flat area right there. Now look at your price action. Here, your price action is being sandwiched between this and the zone right here. It's not going into this area right here. It's containing it up against it, almost like pressed against it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's putting all of its energy right here trying to break it. Now look at your price action is here. It's kind of like curving right here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so that's reaccumulation right there. And then so it's not attached. Now it's attached. Right? So it's making progress here. And yeah, it rejects off of it there, but you know, now I want to see if is it going to do like a mini reaccumulation and come back and attach again? Because it's most likely going to break through if it's focusing all its energy in this area right here and not dipping below it. So let's go forward right there. So first time I come up to it, I don't even touch it. I fail to hit it here. I fail to hit it here. I finally touch it there, and then I manipulate it here. What do you think is going to happen when I close a bar, full bar into it at this point? And I'm holding a level higher than the level that I was already holding higher than these levels down here.
Okay, it's gonna go up.
I'm screaming bullish right here.
Mm.
All this energy, look at this movement right here. All this energy's got to go somewhere. Where's it going to go?
Mm-hmm.
It's got to go this way. It's got to go this way. It can't go this way forever. You know, and if I'm looking at all this stuff right here, if price action is not able to get below this curtain right here that's being created, then I got to assume that if I close full bar into this bottom of this thing where I'm progressively getting higher into not touching, not touching, not touching, not touching, touching, manipulating, full bar into it with permission to keep going, yeah, I'm going to say that I'm going to have to bet my money right there. That's probably going to go up.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's do this. Let's do one more thing before we even do that. I'm going to take the low of this consolidation. I'm going to go down to the low of this move right here, right? And so this is my box. I'm going to put this box right on top of the impassable area, right? My area that I can't get by.
Mm-hmm.
And my target is right here. Let me see this guy. And that is 42.50. Wow, that's big. So big. And then that is going to be from here, there, 30 ticks. If I start to see a level of resistance and a pullback deeper than 10 ticks and it not getting higher after it's had that resistance, I'm looking at taking profits at early profits at 21. All right. So 21 is right there, bottom of the zone. Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Move it over. It might not make it. Look, it already dipped down lower right there. Dipped down lower again right here. Keep going lower. So I mean, it's telling you a story. Like it's not able to get past this area right here.
Mm-hmm.
And so I probably cut that short. Cut it, you know.
Yeah.
And I probably start looking at it to the downside right here instead, or maybe I just sit on my hands. But I know this is impassable area, and I did give it. It had the best opportunity to be able to pass it right there, and it failed. And I think there's a doji right there too. Yeah, doji right there. Fail. Bearish engulfing here. Let's see if there's a pullback to this area. I'll do this. So now I'm thinking since that energy didn't go there, before I go any further, I'm going to put this down here now. And then now, first target is $31 down here at 53.25. And this might end up doing like an inside candle on both sides, right? Which means because, all right, I manipulated this low down here. I finally made it into this area up here. And I'm putting in all these candles here, not really manipulating this high, but this manipulation's got to go somewhere, and that's what this box is, right?
Okay.
And if it doesn't go down here, then it's gonna pull up and it's gonna go double somewhere, right? And so now we gotta watch very carefully, like what happens next. All right. So bullish engulfing right here. So bearish engulfing here. So reverse, reverse. So inside candle reversing basically. Back up to the edge of this zone right here with a doji, a lower doji. Back up to it again. We're really hitting that area a lot. Hitting it again. Manipulated it right there. Backed off of it. Pulled back. Went deeper to the downside right there. Bullish engulfing again. You see what I'm saying? Why it just didn't go jump in all willy-nilly, because I know that there's a big move coming and they put in a lot of effort right here. They're not going to just give up immediately. So you naturally would think that this would dump right here, but it did a reverse right there. And not only that, 5 more wicks right there trying to get through, all pulled back on it, did deeper push right here, but then did another bullish engulfing right there. The story is telling you that you should wait. There's more. Back up to the top here now. When pull back again. Another deeper pull right there. Okay, so now at this point we've got 1. I don't know if you count that as multiples really. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got one last go, I think. And it goes pretty deep right here. But we're not past this area yet either. We're close. We're like within a tick or two of that. And then that's the next one there. Boom. Manipulates this area. Okay, so now either it's going to pull back and fail to get up to this high again, and then it dumps, or it's going to break out and find support and then take off and go long. So let's see. Again, bullish engulfing. See what I'm saying? Like, it's saying that there's still, like, dude, there's a chance. And yeah, you could have made money on the short, right? Not a lot of pain right there.
Yep.
It's not as easy as the other ones. And so you probably would have let go of it like 3 times, and that probably would have got you frustrated. So looking for them bullish engulfings in those key moments, like where it's like telling you like, wait, there's more. Right there, here. So now we're now in the area where we crack this right here. We're going down to the bottom. We crack the bottom, then we get the big move, right? And that's how it works, right? So we're going to see breaks the low. I scrunch this up so we can see the bottom there. I think we not quite broke the bottom yet. Just cracked the bottom right there. There's probably a big trade right here. It's hard to say, but you probably should be in like right there if you're going to take it. And just take this from here to here. 7 ticks. Could have gotten 2 targets off. Bearish engulfing right here. Probably a good sign to take profits. Double tap to this area right here. Pull back to inside, doesn't break the high. Probably reverses right here. back to inside again. Triple tap to this low right here. Bullish engulfing right there. That's your next entry right there. So you probably got first targets off in this one. You watch this go, you wait, you wait, you wait, you wait. And then this happens and you get in again right here. All right, this is like the last go at it, right? Look at your stochastics. Cracked open right here, sitting right on top of the 20. I mean, double dojis right there, another set of dojis, finds support on top of it, breaks over the 89, finds support again, another doji, breaks the 200, does more dojis, doesn't even come back to the 200, breaks over this area right here, keeps going. Oof, rejected right there. And so now, if we were to measure from here, let's just say we waited, right? And then we got in and came back and we got in at the double dojis. And from there to there, that's 31 ticks. 21 is probably like right here somewhere. Yeah, so like right here. Taking profits there. This pullback right here. Is a hellacious pullback. Broke the low too. Didn't even get back to the high. So probably should have been like a 1-2 reversal because you had a bearish engulfing there as well. So like you probably should have taken that and then taken that, and you would have gotten your 21 and your 40. And that. Look at that thing go. It's still going. Where was that at? That was literally like right across that doji. Just failed to get it. So what is that? $63. Woo! It's getting it. Look at this gap right here too.
Oh wow.
It's the end of the day, so I mean.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, end of the day. Okay.
Starts at 6 o'clock right here, but that's the end of the day move right there, and we probably wouldn't take this trade really, honestly, because it's so.
Oh, that's the 350 guy. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, if I was trading, I've taken it, you know.
Okay, but, yeah, that's when the that's when that algo goes off. Okay.
Yeah, so that 63 ticks right there, and then tries to find support, pours down back into this area, manipulates this. I mean, this wasn't really kind of a reaction I'd like to see, you know, so because it's the end of the day, so it's obviously not going to be right. But I mean, you probably get it right there. It's the same. You get it in multiples there. But you're still not able to pass this area. Look at that. Boom. Right there. 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. Dumps back. Pulls back. Fails to get back to the high. Closes back underneath the 89 right there. Pulls back again. Bearish engulfing on both of those. I mean, you can choose whichever one you want there. I don't know. Maybe it goes sideways and goes up from there. Spikes up right here. Still doesn't go high enough to stop you out. And then dumps down right there. So what's that?
No, it got you. It would have stopped you out.
Here?
Yeah. I think that one little green.
You should probably be. Remember what I said about this is that you should probably be back here, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what I mean? Because you're down here, you're playing in this area down here, but you really should have it back up here.
Okay.
Because the probability is that your probability of being successful is so much greater on this trade because you had 3 areas where it was a brick wall, right? that
Okay.
taking that risk to put it back here doesn't hurt you.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because I mean, you could have taken it right here, third brick wall, double dojis, fail right there. You could have taken it right there. But let's say you missed it and you waited for the 89 and you wanted to see it dance on the 89 and then you took it there. Well, then technically it still should be back here.
Okay.
Just because of that trade. This is just the way that trade's set up. Like you take a greater risk on it, but man, it's like gold if you can survive it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because look at that move. That's like 19 from the bottom of this candle here. You took it from up here, 30. I mean, from what I'm seeing, on the days like this right here, I mean, you should just be shorting.
Okay.
All money at shorting.
Yeah. With that brick wall.
Yeah, that brick wall. And that's just taking a bunch of dojis that kind of line up or an area where candles are not able to pass and make a flat area, from way back there. We're still using the same 3 ones from like, hell, I mean, how many days have gone by? This is this one day. Okay, good. It's a lot of price action. Well, we couldn't have set it up any further back than that, so we must have made it from somewhere in this area. Oh yeah, it was this. Right here. And I think it was this price action, that price action, that price action, and then a little one right here. And so we made these 4 from May 16th at 10 o'clock. Let's say here, 11 o'clock, 10:44, really. And then we watch price action actually succeed and go over this area and then dump under it. So it actually did have its chance to go up above this area and it just failed. And then it was like utter destruction from there on. But that was the 16th. So from 10 or 11 o'clock, let's say, on the 16th. And we're only talking about these right here with that green guy right there and then that bottom one there and the purple one above it. Look at trades. Staying under that area. It's not even getting back to that area until here, which is the 19th. And so we're just now getting back to that area since the 16th. That's a long trip down. That's 3 days out for it to have to spiral down. That's how bad this area is right here.
Okay.
That makes sense. Like, like you think about it, like 3 days gone by and we hadn't been able to pass this area. And now we're just now getting back to it today. We're like, yeah, today. Today's the 19th, right? Yeah. So now we know, like you should mark these zones down right here. And this would be the zones that we're trading off of tomorrow. 53, 28, 50, 53, 29, 25. And if something sets up, different between now and 11 o'clock tomorrow, then we'll mark those down, like we see a bunch of dojis. But I'm going to focus on these areas right here because they've been so hard to get by, like literally like controlling price action for the last 3 days. And then let's see, 34.75 to 35.75.
Okay.
And then 38.25 to 39. Ready for the next one?
Go ahead.
53.40 to 41.25.
Okay.
And like right now, you look at price action, it's sitting flush against this area right here at 28.25 to 29.25.
Okay.
So is it build momentum? Is it getting ready to go over this area? Yeah, is it going to be able to do it this time? You know, I mean, it took a beating right over here. Like, good God, look at that thing. And these were shorts that need to be broke even on right here at this area. And so you see them hit it, coming back to it, just oscillating sideways in this area, basically. Now it's broke even on the shorts, and now it's above this area right here. And so now it's just a matter of whether or not it can get across it. But let's see what happened in those areas over here. Probably have more shorts in this area that needs to be broken even on. So it just means it's going to stagnate price action, which also could cause it to take some of the momentum out of it. Shorts right here, 35, 32.75 to 29 in that area, 23 to 26 in that area. Here as well. Probably bits and pieces right here between 34 and 36. Right here. So it's not going to be easy going up right here. 39 to 41. I would keep a short bias across this area until it like is so bullish that it goes across it and like find support above all this. Because otherwise it's most likely going to be a struggle.
Yeah, it seemed like all week it was a struggle.
Right. You know, and so think about it, like, you know, like price action usually just goes one way or the other, right? It doesn't just sit there and stagnate forever in one spot. Well, I mean, what's so strong that prevents price action to go across it for 3 days? Do you know, like, should make you think, like, man, that's something to this spot right here. Then, like, legit, like hard area to pass, and it might not make it by it. Why did I say 42.50?
I think you meant 52.50. I think you just wrote it wrong.
Yeah, I'm special. 52. No, I think I meant this. 42.50.
Oh, okay.
Like that. That makes sense. And this was like, I think I actually meant 53.25 for that one. So, being weird. But I mean, hell, over these last 3 days, I've showed you like where you can get your 21 and 40 ticks back to back to back. And it all derives from finding that flat area that price can't pass, and then letting that be your area of like rejection, and then looking for it to tell the same story every time it gets back there.
Mm-hmm.
And if it can't get back there, then, you know, you dump it. And this is like, so here's the thing, like, just because it's a long, like or a uptrending day, doesn't mean your up trades are going to be easy. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It sometimes means that, like, you know, you're hopeful that it's uptrending, like it's going to keep going up and it'll be easy, but, you know, it's probably going to find resistance. And if it does find resistance, at least you know how to find trades, you know. And what it looks like to me is that when you find those days where you find resistance, the better trades to the downside. It's designed that way. Do you know what I mean? Because the path of least resistance, most people would go with the trend, right?
Yeah.
So of course we'll make it choppy, and you can go up in the trend. You can get trades going up, but you're not going to get as nice a trades going up. But when it fails, it's going to be direct pass down, and it's going to be a much bigger trade.
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Everyone's trying to go up, and they're fighting against the grain because the grain it's not able to go up, right? So you're going against the grain, really, even though the grain is supposed to be up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But everyone's trying to go up, but you're not able to with the group that you have to go up. So it's just like, it's kind of like, you know, back in the day when the NBA took all the best players and made the dream team, and it went up against like Turkey and like all the other places and just demolish them. You know, they just weren't used to that level of competition. Like, yeah, man, those are the best people in your country. Those, you know, and it should be an even fight, but it's not. Like, you know what I mean? It's just not. Not even on the same playing level, you know, level field. So, you know, keeping that in mind, like just because you got your all-stars for your country and your country happens to be like, you know, Slovakia or something, you might not stand a chance to win against the dream team in basketball. Just saying. You know, it's like, you know, it just, you know, if all your players are like horse jockeys from like, you know, that are like 5 foot even, you know, they might not win. You know, and a boxing fight with somebody who's like, you know, 6'6". So just kind of go with like what they tell you to say. Is go with what you see, right? Well, what I see is even though it's an uptrend, I'm seeing that it's having a hard time getting across these areas. Seeing that there's a brick wall right here. And so, if anything, I should be looking at taking trades to capitalize on these failures right here, because it don't look like I'm going to get many trades going up that's going to pan out. You know, you get one here, but you know, what kind of setup did you get? You know, did you get a flat area right here? Probably not. You know, it's just exploding upwards. You maybe got one right there, but then it manipulates that low there, and it does one leg up, and so you might have had like somewhat of a trade right here. But you know, that's like, then what's right after that? Same move down, right? And we already know that this is gonna happen. Like, we don't have to guess about this. We know that this is a brick wall. Look at it right there. Boom, brick wall. You know, come across here, brick wall. I come back to this area for the first time. Here it is. I'm here at that area. Boom, brick wall. Fail, dump. Another small wall right there, dump. Pull back to 89, dump. Hits the 89, pushes off. Hits the 89, pushes off. 89 pushes off. You know? So path of least resistance is, you know, price gets up to this area right here, and it don't look like it's going to go over it. Probably short it. And that's probably not what, you know, they want us to teach you, but like, hell, like, not every day that's an uptrending day is going to be, you know, gumdrops and lollipops and all that stuff. It's going to.
So, what Coach Brian taught the other day was the volume on trend neutral days, which seems like these isn't been mostly like trend neutral days or whatever, was to use the volatility move. Is that kind of like what you're doing, but just in your own Scott way?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm always the rebel.
Okay. Because that's what I was talking to Viv, and she was saying that's what she did when I did that. When I saw
I did the cauterized move, but I was a little bit too early, so I got stopped out, and then I got back in again because I saw it come down, and got a beautiful long trade or whatever, and then it started to flatten out to a wall or whatever, right? And then she went short, and she was, yeah, she was like, I was taking you guys money. I went short. And I was like, well, how did you know when to go short or whatever? She's like, I used the volatility move. I calculated like what Coach Brian said. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and you can do the same thing, but this is just, it's easier. Look, brick wall.
Yeah.
Right? Shorts.
That's easier.
Yeah,
but it's
like,
kind of...
Here's the brick wall prior to it. Short.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now I know it comes back to this area. It's probably going to short.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you got that push down there. You got that push down there. And then, so her volatility move might say, like, come back to this area and just, take a short once it gets to a certain low, right? And so I don't, whatever that is, like probably this area right here then.
Mm-hmm.
And so then we just look at, okay, we'll look at this here, and we'll look at the top of this one right here as we move forward. But, you're not guaranteed those moves. Like it hits this area right here, right? And that's your volatility area right here. Well, you only get that out of it. And then it goes choppy, and then you get this, and then it dumps down right here, but that didn't go up here. So then now you're in between. So you're just out of trades. But you took this trade and it didn't work out. It comes back to this area again. So do you trust it? Do you take another trade? Because you're only expecting to get this out of it, right? Because it's the exact same area. Right? So then I get that move out of it, and then it comes back. But this time it doesn't chop around as much, probably because it cleared the stops right here. And so the second time is better, right? So this time it actually does work out, And so it's just like anything else. Like, well, half the time it works and half the time it doesn't. It's placement, right? So this is the first time coming into this area. It's going to be choppy in this area. The second time cleared out the stops, probably easier to go, right? So it works. The volatility move works probably the second time to that area, right? And then it already came out of this area, so now we know it comes back to this area. You can short it, boom, short it, right? It comes back to this area, you long it right there again because it came back to the same area. And this time it's not as big of a move because, again, it stops half, like right there, same spot. Does the exact same as this over here. And then it falls back down, and this time it goes deeper. Well, actually, it goes right here. So do you take that as a volatility? No, that fails. So then it goes deeper right here. Then you take that as a volatility. So you just had two fails right there, and then you finally got a move out of it. So it's just like it's kind of onto something, but it's missing something at the same time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get you.
Like those things like where they say, like, you take this and you only do this, and it'll work 100% of the time. No, that's not true. It's not going to happen, But so then you just add something else to it then. Like, okay, so what does that mean? Like, so it means like on a volatility move, there's a brick wall, right? Well, let's just add something to it then. Like, okay, well, if these are trying to go up and they're hitting a brick wall here, and it's multiple times it's hitting it and failing, and I'm coming down to this area here, and then I'm not hitting it, not hitting it, not hitting it, and then I come back to this area, I know that I've got prior rejection right here. I should probably short that. Same thing, just adding a little something different to it.
Okay.
And then not getting to that area now, maybe kind of not really getting there. Now you're getting there. Now you're in that area. Now you take that. And so it's just, I guess, being definitive on that. So now here you're in that area, but I blew through it, and now you're finding resistance here, and then you find resistance again. So you probably short that.
Okay.
And so same thing. And I'm saying using your volatility move, but I'm giving you a little bit more preface to go with it, like a little bit something extra to kind of give it a little bit more meaning than just like blindly trade right here because it hits your volatility area. Fails here, short it. Gets down here, if it finds support, long it. If it can't find support and it blows through it and it finds resistance, short it. And so, I mean, that would have been a decent trade right there. And I was going to trade back up to it there, which you probably wouldn't know to take, but that's probably another volatility move right there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's hitting its face up against this area right here, and it breaks through. And then boom, that's it. And that's a good, that volatility move would have worked right there with that one. But which one did you take? You know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, it's like you can't just blindly go into it like that. Like there's got to be something you're going off of. And so that's where you take everything I've taught you and you put it all together. All right. Well, did I have a cauterizing move? Yes. Did I explode into a new area and try to find support? Yes. Do I have 2 ways of touching the same spot? Yes, I have 3 actually. Okay. Am I, do I have bullish engulfing? Yes, right there. Right there.
Mm-hmm.
And so it gaps up even right here, get over it, comes back into it, pulls back out, closes bullish engulfing right there again. So you got 2 places, exact same candle. Again, what did I say about 2s?
Double the move.
Right. But if you get it in 2s, it means it's most likely going to go in the direction the other one went.
Okay.
And so you get it there, boom. And yeah, it is double because it's like this times 2 or 3, really. 4. But so and that's just like, so you're just taking everything and putting it all together to make something work, right? To make it happen, right? And this is a little bit more effort than some of the other ones, right? But like you just can't do the volatility by itself on this move right here because you would have lost 4 times before you were right.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're just revenge trading, right? And you probably just gave up. So you just gotta give a little bit more. But that's how you would make that work. So like, yeah, they're right, but it just needs more to it, right? So you just take and add my support thing to it, and boom, you got it right there. Boom, it breaks out. And then we know that this is a heavy short area right here. It's like it finds resistance, so we're only looking our trade from here to there. We're not looking to hold this thing forever.
Yeah, like they said, trade the zones.
Right. And so if I took it from where it was bullish engulfing here to there, 33. Well, 21 is probably like right here somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So I move my stop right here, doesn't hit it. Price goes up, pulls back right here, still doesn't hit it. I probably put my stop like right there. Goes up, comes back, stops me out right there. And yeah, it still goes up right there, and it could have gotten more, but you know what? Like now I've made, so I got like 23 out of it. We straighten this out here to the tick. And so maybe do 2 ticks back then. Maybe that'll save you. And then you go up. Let's see, what is this? 20? That's 222. Yeah, here, 21.
Mm-hmm.
Just go to 21.
Well, you said 21 was the
hold 21.
The magic number anyway.
Hold 21. Yeah, don't derive from that. Just hold 21. If it goes up higher, once it clears out from like where it stopped before, like when it stops here, then you like move up to like here. And then each time it stops up higher, you just move up to like the next level, which would probably be like right here. The next swing. Next swing. And that's how you would milk it to get more of it. And so if you did that, it looks like you probably wouldn't get stopped out until, I think, if it goes here, then I'm here, it goes here, then I'm here, and then it goes here, and I'm here, and then it starts to fall backwards and I don't move. And it goes up again to the exact same high and doesn't pass it, then I'm probably like right here.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And so then what's that? 37. Not bad. I mean, you probably could have just got that from there. But how'd you know it was going to stop there? You know what I mean? But you can just be super aggressive. If it comes back and falls back from here, the next time it goes up and doesn't make it, you can just be like right there.
Yeah.
You know, and that's 29, and then you don't have to wait through all that. That's how I am. I'm just like, okay, well, chances are at this point, once I'm this high, like the chances are it actually going super bullish and up high enough for me to make more profit and not waste my time. I'm probably better off just being super aggressive behind that guy right there when it fails to break that high.
Yeah, then you have to have all that emotional capital spent.
Right. Like all that you'd have to wait through. And then it ends at the same high as this that you're already at. You know? And you just waited all that for nothing. And you were already probably here through all this. Like you were just grateful to get past that because it was so long. Yeah, shoot yourself. I ain't about that life. Give me my 21 and 41. I'm done. Get me out of here.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's see. So you can see like there's a brick wall there, but it breaks it, right? But you can imagine because there's a brick wall there, this is a solid support, right? And so then you're just looking for it to manipulate it and pull back above it and continue to go, right? And so that's another way you can use brick walls to your advantage is like we know that this is like an impeccable area of like resistance and support. And so when it comes down to it, it's most likely going to hold that it's on this side of it. There, it pulls back above it. If it closes bullish above this area right here, then yeah, you can get in again right there. You know, now you'd have to wait through all that mess, but you know, I mean, that's probably easy 12 ticks right there.
Yeah, I would have just tried to get 2 targets and
get your 12 ticks, third one up tight.
Yeah, especially considering the time I wouldn't have been trading anyway, but that time of day, get what you can get.
I close all 3 of them once they get up there. But like close them all at the same time.
Yeah,
get that first doji right there, close them. So hopefully that helps. I think that probably gives you. I feel like that gives you like a godly grip on like price structure, at least from like a I can't pass this area point of view. You know.
Yeah, it's just practicing and seeing it and realizing it. You know,
bulls. Like people who are bullish and like mindset, that's the problem is like they're so fixated on what it could go to, but they're not really worried about like where it could not, like where it could stop at. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. So look more for where it can't go to versus where
like where is it not, like where do I feel like it's not going to be able to pass? Where's the first area of resistance that is not so that if I look left is obvious, but not so obvious right here if I'm just looking at it like from this point of view. You know, like if none of this was over here and I see this and I'm like, okay, well, I'm bullish here, right? Well, where's my next area of resistance where I feel like, man, I'm not getting by this point. Like I'm not getting by this area right here. You know? And it's got to be like where it failed like 4 times right here, which is that zone. Underneath this one with the green line in it. And then you smack your face up against it right there. You put that lovely wick into it right there. Start to make progress there. Then more wicks, more fails, more wicks, and then boom, it drops. And so that's how you set yourself up to be like, you know, they say trade what you see, but man, I get it. But if you're only trading what you're seeing, a lot of times you're seeing so much, it's hard for you to even trade.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And
I know. That's me.
If you do what I'm saying and you look left when you get into a trade, say I'm bullish right here, You know, like where is this going to fail? Probably right here, where I put that brick wall right there. So probably looking at taking my profits right there. And if I see like it's having a hard time getting by a certain area, I'm probably looking at getting really tight, like right here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And so that's be the first thing you do is when you get into a trade, you look left and figure out like where am I and where is it most likely going to fail? You know, or can I get my 21 out of this and where is that at? Boom, right there. Look at that. 21 and it would have saved you a lot of problems.
Okay.
It's like Savage. He's like 21. 21. 21. 21. 21. All day, just 21. Where are you taking the choice? 21? Where are you going to go after this? 21? Where's your level of support? 21? Right here. That's 21 everything. It works.
Yeah.
So let's find another area. Let's go way back. Let's put it in the coffers. Let's like put it back like I think I had like 45 before. This might take like a year. Oh, I gotta wait. I broke it.
I was gonna say you adding days and then you try, ninja sensitive.
You know, it's super sensitive. That's why it'd be crashing on me. I'd be overloading it. Be stacking things. Do this, do this, do this, do this. Like crack. I make my Ninja Trader work. Let's get rid of this thing. This is weird looking. This is me trying to draw a channel without making it level. So this thing right here too. That. All right. So I got my 45, right? Get rid of this indicator thing. Come on now. All right. Yeah, so for the last week I've been working on like a certain set of trades and everything. I've been getting dialed in on that, and so I've only been looking at those trades. I've not been looking at anything else. But now that I got kind of like my experience with that, and I've had a chance to come back like, now and look at everything from like from an aerial view. And I get a better understanding of like what I should be doing. And so like this hour trade here, I get this brick wall right there. I get another brick wall here. And yeah, there's some mild success here, but then I get another brick wall there. That's a short. See? And so using what I learned from last week and now adding into this stuff now, you can kind of get a gauge on like what kind of day we should be having. So if I can go, like I'll tighten this up right here. We'll just go like this. Go. And let's clear out all this. This, that is, that. Good Lord. We're going to delete our lines. Oh no, what are we going to do?
Don't do it.
I would be so lost. I don't even know where price action is from here. I think it's below us.
Yeah.
I thought it went up from here. I don't see. Here it is. It's got to be up there. Or I just got trend lines in the sky. Or just catching up to all the trend lines from like the past.
I'm like, the sun rays are coming.
I'm almost at 7,000. Okay, I guess price action is just not up there. I give up. I'll go back down.
Can't you can press the F and it'll bring it up, right?
Want to go back that way?
No, the F though. The F brings the price action up, I thought.
I'll find it.
There it is.
Right there. All right. So we'll get rid of these.
There's a box of crayons on your chart.
So here's what we'll do is we'll take and we'll start for the beginning of this day. We want to make a trade. I want to get this. All right, yeah. Let's do this day and this day here so that we can take a trade by 11 o'clock on the 9th here. And so I'll do this here. That'll be my marker. So I'm going to go back and start my path here. You'll see what I'm saying here in a second.
I hope so.
This is what I was working on before everybody came up. So. And so I'm just taking all the news and the hours and just getting an outline of like what the price action was doing and roughly sketching it out on the chart here. I'm going to do this all the way until I get to that line.
Oh, my friend is on. He's saying, are all the lines EMAs?
Huh?
In the chat, my friend is on.
Oh, hey. Are all the lines EMAs? Which ones? You mean like this is Bollinger Bands? I got the price action so tight here, you can't see. You really can't see anything. These are just hour and news levels coming down right here. So they're like bookmarks basically. So they're not anything to price really. They're just areas for me to like have like a common interest in, I guess. Does that help?
No, I think he's talking about. What did he say? The 200.
Oh yeah. So this is the 200 SMA, and then that white one's the 89.
Okay, this is what you were doing earlier. I missed all of this. Okay.
I had to stop because there was, somebody was talking to me and they wanted to see stuff, right? So
okay,
this is what I was working on to see if I can get an idea of what kind of day I'm going to have based on this. And so if I go back and look, let me centralize price here. Give him the link to jump on the mic if he wants.
He's on. I think I gave him the YouTube link, not the StreamYard link.
You can give him the stream one if you want. It's up to you.
Okay, let me.
But you would, publicly be saying, "No, I don't want you on here." If you did that.
I wouldn't be. How would that be saying that?
And then, didn't I just bring this to the front? Okay, now I brought it to the front. All right, here we go. Okay, I think I broke it again. There we go. All right, here we go. So right before this day right here, we had a profit run right here.
Wait, hold on a second. Okay. Sorry, I was sending that to my friend. Okay, go ahead.
So we had a profit run here, right, on the 5th. And then it basically hit a brick wall, right? And so I'm going to put a brick wall. Let's see. Here. And probably just going to fill in this area right here. And then it did this little dip right here to get on top of it, to find support, to continue doing the profit run right there. Okay. This is market structure. And then it goes up again. It makes another level of support, basically reaccumulation right here, breaks out and goes for another profit. This is probably the last point of structure right here. And then this is probably them taking profits right here or going for another profit run right here. I gotta see. And so then this dip right here and it going higher. If it sustains up here, then it's still on a profit run, right? It looks like it's coming down and it's not passing this high, right? And so now I got brick walls again right here. Okay.
Okay.
I do break over this area right here and find support right there. But it looks like there's another brick wall right there. So I'm going to put it right here. So basically that whole area right there. A big brick wall right there. Dipped down, manipulated low, did make it above the high, but couldn't sustain it and dropped off of it right there, pulling down deeper here. I didn't mark this area over here for, this is where the dip down was. So let's do this. We've got like solid support right here. This is where the manipulation is there. And so this will be our preemptive, and this is your last point of structure right here. Right dead center of that. Boom. Look at that. Do you see it?
I don't know.
Watch. Manipulation here. Not able to stay up here. Fail right there. Drops down. Stair-stepping down. Stair-stepping down. Bleeding, basically.
Okay.
Structure, which is dead center of that move that I just marked. Bounces right there. And this is the exact same move as that one that I said, like that response of it wasn't really much to talk about, right? So I wouldn't be looking for a trade from there, but I might be looking for a trade from like this area if it can sustain up here and find support. And hold on, I gotta bring these to the front again. Arm's killing me. What'd I do? I broke it. Stretch it out too far. All right, so I was looking for an area where their support found on the same level. and there's none found, it keeps dropping, right? But then it finds like something here and it bounces out, and so it's more bullish and takes it over, and then finds support on top of this area and it goes out again, right? And so then that's like it's another one of those like bullish hot spots, I guess you can say. You can just mark it. And so now we got 2 areas that should launch, and it should go, comes back to this little one. We're looking at like a 24 tick run. Comes back to this guy here. We're looking at a 22 tick run. So what we'll do is we'll just mark this here. Wow, it's going to be massive. And here was 24. Should have made it default. Sorry. Load. And template, save, it's default. Yes. All right, there. All right, so making higher highs, holding support on top of this guy right here. Our brick wall is still up here. So look at that. That's the first time we got to our brick wall, and we're looking for it to tell the same story. So another brick wall, basically. Brick wall. So you got a little short there. Another brick wall as it pulls back into this area. Another short there. And then we're still looking for it to come back. Like it almost got to this area right here. So technically you probably could have longed it there, I guess. It's like within a tick. And that would have been, I mean, who knows where you take that? Let's say you just take it here. That's 19 ticks there. These would have been 24, 10 there. If you survived that last part there, then 14. This guy doesn't make it there. Let's do this one here instead. There. 26. So would have generated a lot of trades for us right there, knowing that brick wall is there, even though it was probably an up day. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the difference, is like under knowing that you're like, okay, well, I've probably got a good shot of making trades right here. Trying to find something in this mess down here when it's not being very consistent, it's probably harder, right? Until it does something that I can recognize, and it's set up here and here. You just gotta get priced back to that area, and it does here. So you do get, 19 there, I guess, if you take it at the high of that and get in late. And then boom, you just manipulated it right there. So now I'm looking to see if there's anything bullish, like a bullish response out of this area. And it doesn't look like there was anything bullish right here. Looking, it just kind of, blasted it and then found resistance as it crossed it and dumped back under it, and then used it as resistance to drop again. And so then, let's see next, cascading down still. So now we're getting to a point where we're like not really anywhere near it. We're still within the realm here. If it reverses like right here, because that's a bearish, pretty bearish candle compared to the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
And then boom, we get this right here, this response out of it there. And so now we're looking for it to find some type of support, and it doesn't, and it just dumps again. And so there you go. It's just your support is your resistance now. It just drops. And so you get this move all over again. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you're prepared to look for shorts and you start getting, that's what you're getting, and you're not getting, you're not getting anything for longs. Don't beat yourself up trying to find longs when it's just giving you nothing but shorts.
Okay, I got you. Mm-hmm.
Until it tells you otherwise, right? Because I mean, like our area of interest is like, getting over these areas and like being bullish, right? And if it's not showing that it's bullish and making higher highs and stair stepping, then probably should just remain bearish if it's starting to show brick walls in these areas. And that's probably easier because you're like basically trying to, you know, grab a falling knife to catch these trades. None of them are leveling up here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like none of these are giving you anything that's like solid to work off of. This is deeper here. I mean, this is higher here, so I mean, you could look at that, but it doesn't really go very far. 8 ticks maybe. This is higher here, you know, but we just got burned on that one. So like, do you trust that? You know, and then that goes maybe 12 ticks there. You know, but you're not getting something that's saying 2 taps to the same area and then setting up bullish. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
And
Giving you that extra confirmation with the wicks.
Because I mean, you can guess here. You know what I mean? You can take
okay.
stabs at this, but then how's that any different than what we've been doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, then I'm going to get a mixed bag of results, and so that's not really holding to like what I want. And so all I'm trying to show you is like there probably is trades here, but they're not lining up like you want them to. You know what I mean?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then because they're not lining up like you want them to, then they're inconsistent, right? I'm getting a mixed bag here. I'm getting 8s there. I get 12 here. You know, I probably don't have anything there. I don't have anything there. There's, if anything, this might be the closest thing to a trade, but you only get like maybe 6 ticks here, and then it fails. So really not inspiring on the long side at all.
Yeah. Okay. I see exactly what you're saying. Okay.
Now this one right here is the only decent one I've seen, and it's got, and it'd probably be hard to see because like you're so probably not looking at bullish moves anymore at this point, you know.
Yeah.
But you have this pour down of 5 candles right here, red, and then you have, if I didn't cover it up, you've got this. Is your friend still here? Tell him to keep asking questions.
Oh, I don't know. I'm in the elite room more so than in the StreamYard. He only asked one question. So he might be gone. We were supposed to meet, so.
Oh, he left. Well, if I'm holding you up, just let me know.
Oh, no. It's okay.
So here you can see, move this out of the way so you can still see the other candle. There. You got 2 wicks right there that are spaced apart from each other that are holding support right after this cauterized the bleeding right there. And so like 1 tick up, it did it, you know? And so that's your guy. And then you got bullish engulfing too. Boom. Like it's like magical. Like I love it. And then 2 ticks here, pull back. So who cares? Boom, boom. And then you have all that. And that's a hell of a trade. Like that works. Like, but you'd have to be patient. Wait for that guy. You know? And it's like.
So then where are you in? That's the thing I'm working on is the entries. Where are you in on that trade? After the bullish engulfing?
So you can choose 2 places, right? You can go at the end of the candle when it stops and it's bullish engulfing, right? Even though it didn't pass that high right there, still bullish engulfing, right? And that in a right of itself is still a place to get in, right? And then, or if you see these 2 wicks right here coming to that same area for support, if it passes that high of that red candle right there, you can take that green anywhere. In that area. I'm talking about 2 ticks here, so wherever you want right there. And it works fine.
Okay. And the stop is 1 tick below the swing.
Yep, 1 tick below the swing. And so, and then that would have been 37 ticks to the high there. So maybe probably would have gotten somewhere here. Let me see. This goes up here, starts to come back. Get the wick there. Somewhere in this area. That's probably where you would have ended up. So like 34, 26. 21. I mean, 21 is the matching number, so you know I am about that. And 21 or bust, right? So then anywhere in that area. So 21 to 26 or 7 or 8.
Mm.
And then it pulls back. And what's this? Like 19. Let me pull it right there. 18. So 2 ticks deeper than what I would have anticipated for that. And then you probably get the rest of that move there. But like here's like you get the 21, you know, you take your profit there, and then this sets up again with a low risk trade like this guy right here. Look at this guy.
Now, see, I don't see that because I just see the two. I see the two rejections at the swing down there.
So I see this. So level up, right? It's a level up.
Yeah.
And then you get 2 candles, 2 wicks pointing into the same area right here. You actually get like 3 right here, and then 1 right here.
Okay.
And so there you go. And yeah,
and then
this is
doji.
But you only needed to be bullish over this guy right here. And so when this candle starts right here, this doji, you're in there, you know.
Okay.
So if you're doing it that way, or if you're waiting for it to close, then it's, you know, it's gonna be, you know, then you're like way up here, right? So right here in this area right here is where you probably take your trade. So let's say you get w84it, let's say, which is right there. Then your risk is 4 ticks. You know, well, technically it's supposed to be down here, so.
I was gonna say, it seemed like that's a lot of risk.
7.
Oh, 7 ticks. Okay.
Yeah, so you're still like within 8, which is still within 12. You know, me personally, I'd be right here, and I'd just jump in again because I'm an idiot. I like to torture myself, I guess. I'm a narcissist. So here, 36. Say 35.
Oh, you almost got your 40.
Yeah. And plus you add that 21 over there with that. Right
yeah.
There. Boom.
You got your 21 and 40.
Yeah. I'm out of here. Gone.
And
you're
I've been on it 21, but yeah.
So that's how you turn like one move into a string of moves. Or at least if you find one move, you can find another one right after. You know? It's like, I don't mind you taking the trade here if it's because you saw this over here. And maybe you just missed this, you know? Or maybe you took this and made that, and then you made this one. Then I'm like extra kudos to you, right? But I don't mind this trade right here if this happens here. And not only that, you get that 16 to, what was that, 18, 19 tick pullback right here, because that's what it's going to take in order for this to continue to go up to get your 40.
Oh, okay. It's like springing back, reloading.
Yeah, you're going to have this in order for it to go up and do that, because if it doesn't do that, then, you know, it's just going to go.
Okay.
You know, it's got to refuel. So, boom, got your 21, pull back like that 16 to 19 area right here. Sets up again, exact same setup, basically, just thinner. Boom, get in. 35, call it a day. Laugh at everybody.
You don't need to laugh.
And be like, yeah, what? And then walk away. Let's see. So where's our brick wall? This is our brick wall up here. We didn't get there. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to read those when they're not getting there, you know. But it's the same thing. If you find the flat spot right there, like yeah, it's overextending here. But again, subtract those two. You got wicks there, and then you have bodies that don't stop here. Right, they just stop right there, and then you just got the double prong there. But I mean, subtract those out, and then you got 4 right there. Then you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so then you have a flat area here where it's not passing and it's lower than the last area that went up. And now you got a story, right? And then you can short it. You can wait for the pullback into the area. You get that zone right there. And that's what. So you can take it from here, you can take it from there, you can take it from there. Wait for the pullback here. Let's do it from the pullback. You know, let's say it closes below this area here. That's 25 there. If you take it from there where it fails right here across this flat area right there, then if it closes right there, then you're probably looking here. There. It's 35. So here's your other 35. They're twins. They're just fraternal. Now we got bouncing across this area right here. How many times is that going to work, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And like, there's that one last, like, hey, I can do it. Okay, I can't. And it's gone. Brick wall right there. Brick wall right there. Hell, brick wall right here. Lower
Those
limit.
aren't Hakanashi candlesticks, are they?
No, regular.
Just regular?
Yeah,
I
it'd be hard to
swear
have
I
a
don't
brick
have
wall.
those dojis on my thing.
You don't need a doji.
I
just
know.
need the
I
brick
knew you was gonna say that. I knew you was gonna say that. You don't need the doji.
You just need a brick wall.
Yeah.
A brick wall will stop any crash test dummy.
So you
And
know, you
Doji's
keep
gonna
saying
survive that either.
you keep saying brick wall, and I keep thinking of that song Brick House.
Yeah.
I'm
Or
have that
brick-
playing in the background when I'm trading to remind me to look for the brick walls.
I like the one with another brick in the wall.
Mm.
Like, what was that? That's not the nicest trade either, though. That's 19 ticks.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
painful.
Yeah, and it's not the nicest one back up either. But this one's actually set up nice right here, though. Like this guy.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? Like this is another setup right there. It's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
Now, see, I wouldn't. I'm trying to follow the rules. I wouldn't have been looking for that. But I get I see what you're saying now.
Sorry, which
But I would have been trying to follow momentum. Huh?
Yeah, then you gotta wait for your brick walls then.
Yeah.
But while you're down here, you shouldn't be looking for shorts.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this ain't even low hanging fruit. This is like fruit on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
This is spoiled
Right.
fruit with worms and stuff in it.
Yeah.
You don't want to eat that.
Mm-mm.
Now unless you're gonna pick it up and throw it in the trash can up here.
Mm-hmm.
But like up here, like then you probably want to look at like, okay, I got a brick wall there and there. Price gets back in this area and starts to show that, you know, I'm not able to get past this area. Boom, gets past it. Can it sustain? Comes back, finds support on top of it. Looks like it's going to. And long right there, right? So now, basically, that was the next thing I was going to tell you is like if you get a brick wall and it passes it, you're looking for price to find support on top of it.
Okay.
And then start to lift off of it. And so
Okay.
a key thing to look for in this area like this is like that gap right there. It's probably not as obvious to see unless I point it out. But
yeah, that would take some time for me to see that in the moment.
Yeah, that candle was full and then it sucked back real quick right at the end there. And so like if you do nothing else but watch the candles, watch when they suck back. If it's right in the last 100, right? And it's been
Okay.
like going up, going up, going up, going up, and practicing like going up and everything, and all of a sudden it gets to 100, and it's like, like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's to make it look weak. And so then you watch the next candle that comes out,
Mm-hmm.
and this one gapped up, and it turns into a doji, and it doesn't go very far. But then the next candle goes green and closes green. You could be right there. 52.11, and doesn't go forever, but again, you know that you got a zone up there, so I mean, you can't expect it to go too far. But 52.11, right here to here, it's 10 ticks, it's 8 ticks, you know. But if you're looking shorts, see now your momentum's changing again. See, this is where it's going to get you messed up because you're looking longs because the momentum's up, but look at it, it's
See, I'll be all messed up. That's
brick
what I'm
wall,
saying.
brick wall,
You know.
brick wall, brick wall.
Yeah.
And they are progressively going up, but you know, like we know that this is an area that gets like shut down right here, right? And so now it's using the support here, it's seesawing this one. So we're not really solidified that this is holding support because it manipulated the high and the low, right? It didn't really find solid support right there. It did bounce out and go long, so that is +1 to it, you know. Okay, +1 right here, right? It comes up here, hits its head right here. Brick wall support on the zone play. It's like underneath hanging, and we got wicks hanging out from the bottom here. You know, so if it's finding support, it's like at the very last part of the zone right here. It's finding support, right? And so still maybe +1. Okay, maybe because it's doing that. Bullish engulfing right here to the top. Maybe it sucked down right there at the last second. Let's see what the next candle does. Boom, bullish right there. Okay, so pleading to its case. We did find support here at a higher level, so that's also pleading to its case. So might have a long here, you know, and then there's some confirmation that you're probably right. Okay, now look, resistance. Where? Before we get to the zone. Oh, now what? Now we're torn, right? Like we're like, oh, I know this is bad, and I prepared myself that this was a bad area, and it probably wouldn't get by it. I know I'm supposed to be looking at longs here. I just had this bullish move, but I'm showing resistance at this key area, and that's like the last thing I need right now, right? So now what should I do? I should probably think about putting my stops like right there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And maybe it comes back and finds support right here and then takes off and goes long. But you know what? You know, Mama didn't raise a stupid kid, so 5 ticks is 5 ticks. You know, if it comes back and drops below that and I lose all the money and then I take a loss for 5 ticks, I'm gonna be pissed because I already know that this area is tough, right? So let's see what happens. We go. Comes down. I would have taken. It was really tight there. I might have taken profit right there. I definitely would have taken profit right here. But look at this. Now back to the top here with this candle. Getting back through. So maybe should have been a little bit more patient. But look, getting smaller. My thrust is getting smaller. Oh, what is this?
Doji.
Right at the top too. Like, dude, could you put it in an even worse spot? We're almost at the end of the tunnel. Like I could see the light. You know, all I gotta do is get right there and close right here. Just one tick, and then you throw a doji right there. Now, if I somehow survived this, which I didn't, but if I did somehow survive this, I'm like right there. Boom, knocks me right out. Bearish engulfing too. Boom. Oh my goodness, all the way back down the other one. And a doji now too. Ugh. Worst spot ever for one. Probably a fail to go back up right here. Just by the way it's shaped. Boom. Oh my goodness. Now I'm negative if I would have stayed in it. Oh, and now it's bullish engulfing again. This is one of inside candle moves. Like this is one where you like I'm in, I'm out, like a Ross Perot move. I'm out, I'm in, I'm out, I'm out, I'm in.
Where did you come up with that name, Lord Jesus?
You know Ross Perot? He ran for
I know,
president.
but I haven't heard the name in so long.
Because that's what he was famous for when he was running. He was like, I'm out. Oh no, I'm in. I'm out. I'm in. I'm out. I'm in. I'm out. I'm in. Okay. And then we start tumbling down. Now we're failing before we even get there. I'm feeling Dump City. Here's your level. Here's your other brick wall there. Here's another brick wall like right here somewhere, maybe right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got one right
So
here.
even though momentum is up, we're seeing the brick walls. So
yeah, you should be scared.
we're thinking short.
Or you should be drooling. Well, I think if you're drooling, kudos to you because I trained you right.
Okay.
Scared, then
Okay.
you
I have to practice my drooling. Okay.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm shorting it. I'm shorting it like this. I'm shorting it right there.
Already?
I would be.
One,
Dude, that
two.
polite touch right there, that doji, and I got a flat wall right here that's lower than this one here. That's lower than
Okay.
this one here. And I got another level right here. And so, like, boom, I failed 3 times already, and I got a lower one, the boot with a polite doji to the zone. It's not even touching it. I can't even get there. Not even when I wanted to. Boom. I short it here. It's going to come back and get me.
It took a little heat, but it's okay.
Not much because I had my stop here then, right? And then
Way
I
up
took
there?
it here. Yeah, and then I guess I could have taken some heat here. Oh yeah, my zone, right here. Sorry, I didn't see
Oh,
that.
okay. I'm like,
I'm like here at 5,500. I mean, like the galactic up here, like way up here.
Yeah, I'm like, what?
But yeah, so then I feel a little bit of heat right here. But boom, dumps.
Okay.
And then
Well, you got your 21, I know.
Boom, 21.
Yep. There you go.
You can't. I mean, you just can't make this shit up.
Mm-hmm.
I bet that's 40.
Mm.
Let's measure it. If you would have taken it there to here, it's 31. And here's the rest of it over there. But you know what? I'd take that 31 and be happy.
Now, would you have known to take that? Because I wouldn't have seen that coming.
Taking it here
With
21.
what you've said so far.
Yeah, I would take it 21 and get 21. Oh, you mean this one over here? This guy?
The
So
31.
I'd been so like hopped up on short drool from here that probably wouldn't even be ready for this. But
yeah. Okay.
if I looked over here, you know, like I said, this area right here is like a hardcore area of like support, but it just manipulated the mess out of it right here.
Mm-hmm.
So probably not. But you know, all the other trades that we took that were 21 down, if they didn't set up to go short again immediately after, they were most likely 40 back in the other direction.
Double the move.
Mm-hmm. So you get that brick wall here. I get a push down there. I get my 21. It immediately turns around and goes back and tries to hit that area to attack it because it wants to go up, right? The only reason I get this move is because it failed to break this high. So I know it's going to go back up, and I know I've said this. And so if I get 21 here, I'm most likely getting along. Remember I said, like, if I get 21 down pushing into this area where I hadn't been in a while, I'm most likely getting along too. Remember me saying that?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah. It's just that I wouldn't have been prepared to take it right there, but
sure either because I've been drilling so hard about this right here.
Yeah.
You know? But here's the other thing, though. I got zone
what
down
about
here.
that? Is that a wall right above it though? Where you would consider? I can't really see because the pink line is in the way.
This guy right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a wall, but you don't know it's there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
You'd be looking at it like, basically, when you have a, I broke it.
Mm-mm.
When you have a V pattern down move,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
which is what it is because it's a fail to break an area. The only reason you get a red pour down like that is because it failed to break a high, and so it's expedited move to an area to hope to explode it back up. And so if you get 21 down, you're going to get 21 up, guaranteed almost. If it doesn't hit like an area where it can't go. Now we did have that brick wall right there, so you probably only got like 15, 16 here, and then it and then kept going, right? So if you were able to survive all that, you probably could have gotten it. But the only thing I was going to say was that in this area, we had a zone already here.
Yeah.
And just like we had a polite doji up here that signified taking a short, we had a polite doji right there in the exact same spot opposite. And so that's like telling you, like, what you got here is what you got there.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's like a setup. But, like, again, in the moment, I don't know. I probably would have missed it because I've been drilling over the short.
Mm-hmm.
And I got that 21, and I've been like, I got that 21. I don't care about nothing else.
Okay, cool. All right. You done for today?
I can be.
Okay.
We got all day tomorrow if you want to do this.
Huh?
I got all day tomorrow. I'm expecting you to chime in during session and say, hey, about that 21. Where's that 21? And I was like, you know what? Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to find that 21 for you.
Okay, I will.
And then if you see me doing something that's not lined up with what I showed you today, you should just let me know because I find rabbit holes and I'll just go down forever.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what I'm going to try to stick to is I'm going to try to get an idea of like what to expect for the day. And then if it's not breaking levels, so like, all right, so those zones I make, if it's breaking zones and finding support and breaking more zones and finding support, then then we're just taking longs all day, right?
Okay.
You know what I mean? If I keep going up and like I got a level here, I got a level here, I got a level here, and I'm breaking this one and I'm finding support and I'm breaking this one, I'm finding, dude, we're probably just gonna be taking longs all day long. You know, I'm waiting for the pullback of like, you know, what I said, 16 to 18 or better. Anything better than that would be obviously give us a much better trade. You know, if I come back to this level, but I'm looking for trades to go long from here. But if I'm pulling back anything more than 16 to 18 from a level, then I'm thinking that there's probably a brick wall here, right? And I look to see if there's a brick wall right there that I missed. Maybe I missed in price action or something. Because that should be your first clue is that if you get a drop that's bigger than 18, you should probably go back and look at the price action and see if, like, well, can I subtract these candles from each other? And does that only leave wicks up here? And then the rest of it's just in a row brick wall? And then you know, okay, well, I need to color this as that zone. That's the area, and it can't. And this does another brick wall. I'm probably shorting it.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? But if it's coming up and it's doing brick wall after brick wall, and then it's making like one lower, and I'm not breaking to the new highs and everything, I don't care what kind of day it is. I'm shorting that thing.
Gotcha.
And then I'm looking at where it goes, and I'm marking that area. And that's going to be like wherever it cauterizes it, and that's going to be my next level for taking a long. And so then I'm looking at shorts here, and I'm looking longs here, and I'm going to play like an inside day. I'm going to be just ping pong in it.
Okay. So look for the brick walls. Take a long or a short, whichever way it's gonna go.
Wherever it sets up for you. If it's finding support on top of the brick wall, you just take longs. If it's failing at the brick wall multiple times, take shorts. If at some point we find that we start breaking brick walls and we start doing the other, then we only look longs. But again, if we get another brick wall and it starts to come off and it's doing multiple brick walls, then that's a new short. You know, and so that's how you. I think that's like the real way you flip flop to be in the right direction where the money's going to be at. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you're chasing your tail all day long and you're getting upset. And you're like, well, why aren't these working? The momentum's up, trend's up, and I'm jumping in on these trades and I'm just getting eaten up all day long.
Okay.
Fighting that brick wall.
Okay. Got you.
Either invest in a really good grappling hook
No, thank you.
or just, get a parachute and jump.
I got you.
Well, hopefully you learned something. It was fun.
I hope I learned too.
That was like the most. I think that was the best, like the most in depth I was able to get into that. A lot of times you get distractions throughout the day. And it's hard to kind of be able to put all that into words.
Yeah, well, it's good to be able to talk because in the room we just have the chat, so it's good, good to be able to have like an actual conversation.
I give you access in the elite room. All you gotta do is just jump on the mic. Look,
Oh,
we're gonna do it right now. It's probably gonna kick you out, but all you gotta do is you gotta log back in, and then it'll you'll have access to jump on the mic. You already have it. I gave it to you already. So all you gotta do is just click the microphone at the top there.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. You did give me that access a long time ago. Okay. But okay. Well, when you're usually in there though, because Coach Brian is
Yeah, don't do it when Coach Brian's talking.
well clearly. Okay, but if you're in there,
yeah, if it's just me, I don't care. You can jump in there. I prefer somebody to be on the mic.
Okay. I didn't realize I still had access. Yeah, you did give me access a long time ago. Okay, cool, awesome. This was wonderful, Scott. Please be patient with me.
Good things from you.
Okay,
of course.
Listen.
I'm the most
Be patient. No, you are not patient. You are not patient, Scott. You're like, you're not getting it. I told you this already. And I was like, dude, I just met with Paul on Monday, and then you gave me the trade setup, Wednesday or Thursday, and I was supposed to get it. I was
it's like when they gave who was it that has the Kid Icarus? They gave Icarus the wings.
I'm
I'd be like, all right, go ahead and try them things out. Nah, man, I'm good. Dude, I'll take them things back. You can give it. I'll give it to somebody else. Here, Joe. Here.
Yeah.
They don't have the same rig, but Kid Joe.
Fly. I'm like, like I need to rewatch this like seriously like 10 times, and I need to practice. So I'm just saying, just be patient with me. But I'm gonna get that epic pen. I'm gonna start drawing on my charts for sure. Start looking for the walls, and I'm gonna get this.
It's easy, right? Though, like if you think about it, it's easy, right?
Yeah.
Like a brick wall.
Yeah.
Like
I'm gonna get that. I gotta get the song and play that in the background for when I'm trading.
But like that's easy to spot though. Like it's way easier than M's and W's and all that stuff.
Yeah. I just got to get used to seeing it. Practice. Brick wall.
Just think, okay, bodies of candles. And the only thing that gets tricky is when you have candles that pop over it, but you have the exact same high candle right next to it. And it doesn't matter if one of them's like longer. It don't matter. If I got other candles on this side that are stopping at the exact same high, and I just have like that one candle that's longer here, but still stops at the same high as this one, and then this candle stops at the low at the same high as the ones that are stopping at the high. You see what I'm saying? This guy, it starts where these stop, and this one stops where this one stops. Then when I subtract these two from each other, they don't exist. There's nothing there. Zero. One green minus one red of the same high is nothing.
Okay.
It's a wick, basically. And then that don't matter. And then if I got other bodies stopping here, and they're all stopping at the exact same high, minus these guys right here, then when I subtract those two, whether this one's longer or not, doesn't matter because that body's still stopping there too. And that means I got a brick wall. That is the only tricky thing about it. If I got wicks going into it, same thing, brick wall. Brick wall. That's really the only tricky thing about it. Now, don't go off with just one brick wall. Remember, when you get a brick wall, and it's the first one, and we got one, you got to get multiple brick walls, and one failing from the other one.
Okay. Okay, that's the thing for me. It's the
one brick wall don't do it, especially when you're in an uptrend. When you're uptrend, you need multiple brick walls. So I need one here, I need one slightly higher, and then I need one like slightly lower, or I need one slightly lower and then slightly higher, and then another one at the exact same high that can't pass it. You know what I mean? But all three don't go past this area.
okay. And then you short. And you start looking for shorts.
Then you look for that fail, that bearish engulfing candle, and then maybe that retest or something like that, and then a fail. Or it pulls back and gets back into that shadow of that bearish engulfing candle, the high and low, and it throws a wick in there, and you short it there as well. Whichever one works. It gives you 3 times to get in.
Okay.
They're like, how about now? Habanera? Okay.
Okay.
Well, it was fun. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. I'll
You're
see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.